Chapter 1646, Team Strengthens. Chapter 1646, Team Strengthens. After receiving Aqua Rose's answer, Shifeng disconnected the call and focused on forging magic light sets. He only had 10 hours before the Primordial City's gates opened, which coincided with the Primordial Divine Ruins activation time. It would not be easy to put together a powerful team in so little time, so he needed to make use of every second. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose contacted Zero Wings members. She also sent someone with the level 50 weapons and equipment to White River City, instructing them to hand the items over to Yuziping and the others. With this, Zero Wing instantly gained nearly 700 powerful experts. This development, more or less, brightened Aqua Rose's mood. Normally, large guilds nurtured expert players very slowly, producing 200 or 300 experts per month. Some guilds' development was even slower, losing experts rather than gaining them. More players joined God's domain each day, after all, and as players became more familiar with the game's combat styles, the standards for expert players rose to greater heights. With the addition of Yuziping and the others, Zero Wing's expert count increased drastically. If the public knew of this, countless players would be shocked. 700 expert players might not be a match for a 10,000-strong elite army on a battlefield, but when it came to guerrilla warfare, the experts would dominate. Moreover, expert players could adapt to far more easily than elite players. Now that Heaven's Burial had its hands full, it and Blackwater would suffer if Zero Wing suddenly introduced another 700 expert players to their war. It was a pity that Yuziping and the others were forced to make their debut in the Primordial Divine Ruin. It would allow Heaven's Burial and Blackwater to see to preemptive measures to cope. Candlelight Trading Firm, Special Forging Room. Controlling the purple thunder flame, Shifeng carefully smelted and combined the necessary materials to forge the magic light set. Once he included the magisteel ingot, he began to shape the molten alloy. He had completed the entire process as smoothly and naturally as flowing water, with every one of his movements nearly, if not exactly, perfect. At the end of the day, however, his forging success rate was only 60% even if he followed the procedures perfectly. After successfully forging another 4 magic light sets and increasing his total to 30, Shifeng stopped crafting. Instead, he retrieved the Advanced Book of Magic from his bag and began to forge Advanced Mana Armor Kits. The Advanced Mana Armor Kits didn't provide as much of a boost as the Magic Light set, but if every player equipped 3 of these kits, their basic attributes would increase by at least 10%. This was a substantial increase for level 50 players. The strengthened Magic Light sets could rival Dark Gold equipment of the same level in basic attributes, but after including the Advanced Mana Armor Kits, the set equipment would be on par with level 50 Dark Gold set equipment. The various superpowers currently treated level 50 Fine Gold equipment like precious treasure, not to mention level 50 Dark Gold equipment or set equipment. Thankfully, I made it in time. Shifeng revealed a satisfied smile as he gazed at the Advanced Mana Armor Kits on the table before him. Due to the purple thunder flame, his production speed with these kits had improved significantly. After working for 5 hours straight, he had successfully forged 90 armor kits, enough to equip 30 players. He had also gained an incredible amount of EXP and was now only 19% away from level 65. Following which, Shifeng contacted Yuziping and had the youth lead 29 other plate armor players to his special forging room. It wasn't long before Yuziping and his companions arrived in Shifeng's room. They all wore a mix of level 50 mysterious iron and secret silver equipment. When Yuziping and the others entered the special forging room, they were dumbfounded by what they saw. Numerous pieces of dazzling equipment littered the room. It was clear that the equipment was extraordinary at a glance. Moreover, based on the piece's design, they obviously belonged to a single set. However, what stunned Yuziping and his companions the most was the unique glow of fine gold items radiating from the pieces. And the room actually held 30 full sets. The sight was blinding. Level 45 fine gold set equipment. Everyone inwardly guessed the set equipment's rank as shock overwhelmed them. Guild leader, I've brought the players you've requested, 15 shield warriors and guardian knights, and 15 berserkers and swordsmen, Yu Zipping respectfully announced as he walked up to Shifeng. After seeing the sight before him, his admiration for the swordsman had solidified. It was obvious that Shifeng had personally handcrafted fine gold sets in the room. At this stage of the game, countless experts dreamed of equipping level 45 fine gold set equipment. Even the various major powers would have to invest a lot of time, manpower, and resources to acquire one set, yet Shifeng could actually forge such equipment. If the various superpowers knew about this, they'd likely curse Zero Wing for cheating. With the ability to produce level 45 fine gold set equipment, Zero Wing would almost certainly grow stronger. Alright, I want every one of you to pick a set and equip it, Shifeng said as he gestured the magic light sets in the room. We're supposed to equip them? The 30 players couldn't help their confusion. They currently wore level 50 mysterious iron and secret silver equipment, which was only slightly weaker than level 45 fine gold set equipment in terms of basic attributes. On the other hand, level 50 mysterious iron and secret silver equipment offered higher defense than level 45 fine gold set equipment. It'd be better to let the other experts, who lacked equipment, to use these pieces rather than equip the sets themselves. But since their guild leader had given them an order, they had no choice but to obey. This is. As Yu Zipping and the others picked up the magic light sets and prepared to equip them, they realized something that left them dazed. How is this possible? This is level 50 fine gold set equipment. I'm not dreaming, am I? Everyone's eyes nearly fell from their sockets when they inspected the magic light set's attribute panels. They were already impressed that Shifeng had crafted level 45 fine gold set equipment, but they had never even heard of a player obtaining level 50 fine gold set equipment. And yet, their guild was giving each of them one of these sets. For a moment, their minds even failed to process the situation. Wait, there's a strengthened label on this set. These pieces' basic attributes should be even higher than those of level 50 fine gold set equipment, a player with a keen eye suddenly exclaimed. The player's declaration immediately caught everyone's attention. Crap, it's true. The basic attributes on this set are even higher than the level 50 fine gold equipment I've seen before. Yu Zipping and the other players were at a loss for words as they held the magic light set pieces, shuddering involuntarily. Each piece of a fine gold set equipment was half a rank stronger than fine gold equipment of the same level, but after the enhancement, it was clear that the magic light set pieces were on par with level 50 dark gold equipment. A set of level 50 dark gold equipment. If news of this matter spread, it would definitely cause a sensation throughout God's domain. Before Yu Zipping and his fellow players could digest this information, Shifeng gestured to the advanced mana armor kits atop a stone table in the corner of the room and instructed, once you've equipped the magic light sets, I want each of you to take 3 armor kits and equip them as well. Take a look at the final effects. Chapter 1647, Zero Wing appears. Chapter 1647, Zero Wing appears. When Shifeng finished speaking, Yu Zipping and the others turned towards the advanced mana armor kits, their eyes bulging in bloodshot. Although they weren't the guild's frontline members, they knew how valuable the advanced mana armor kits were. After all, only Shifeng was capable of crafting these armor kits. There was an extremely limited number available, and even guild members struggled to purchase them with GCPs. Not only did guild members have to spend an exorbitant amount, but they also needed to be elite members or higher to purchase the advanced mana armor kits. In addition, each player was limited to 3 armor kits. Even now, the various major powers offered extraordinary prices to purchase advanced mana armor kits. Yet, these players had the chance to equip these armor kits. This was simply a dream. However, when they thought about how each of them had just received a magic light set, they quickly recovered their senses. Amazing! These basic attributes are incredibly high. That's right. My basic attributes have risen by over 30% with everything equipped. I'm pretty sure that I can even put up a fight against a peak expert now. Once they had equipped the magic light sets and advanced mana armor kits, these players felt transformed. An indescribable sense of power filled their bodies. They couldn't help the rising desire to spar with other experts to get a good feel for their new prowess. With a 30% increase to their basic attributes, their overall combat power should have, at the very least, doubled. It seems the enhanced magic light sets are quite effective. Satisfaction filled Shifeng as he examined everyone's attributes. Zipping and his companions' basic attributes could now rival Superpower's peak experts, who wielded multiple epic items. Overall, they should be even more powerful than the Conqueror Party's members with their battle arrays active. Even a Tier 1 metric ton could tank Grand Lord of the same level by himself in the Magic Light set. Every one of the 15 MTs in the room had over 50,000 HP, and if they worked together, they'd easily form an impenetrable wall. Suddenly, Aqua Rose contacted Shifeng and reported, "Guild leader, everyone has gathered. We can move out at any moment." "All right. It's about time that we head out," Shifeng said after glancing at the time. There was not much time left before the Primordial Divine Ruin reopened. Orc Empire, Primordial Divine Ruin. Due to the new expansion pack, the ancient tower atop a gravel hill had improved. Restaurants and hotels could now be found both within and around the tower. Now, not only could players enjoy unique dishes, but they could also recover their stamina and concentration by resting in the hotels. One could say that the Primordial Divine Ruin had become one of the few footholds players had in the Orc Empire. The only downside was the tower's fraudulent prices. The price for food was somewhat acceptable, only costing around 2 to 3 times than in other NPC cities, but the hotel accommodation fees were a different story. Renting a room in the Primordial Divine Ruins hotels cost 40 silver per day. Even expert players had trouble justifying such a high price, much less elite players. Even so, plenty of players had gathered in the tower. As some players, who planned to rest in the Primordial Divine Ruin, were about to enter the massive tower, an intense aura washed over them, halting their steps. When these players warily searched for the cause of such a powerful aura, they discovered a crowd of other players within the tower. The atmosphere resembled that of Imperial Capital's teleportation halls, but unlike those halls, every one of the players within radiated an intense killing intent as they watched each other cautiously. It seemed as if they were all enemies. The players in the tower were members of multiple groups. The smaller groups only had around 5,000 or 6,000 members, while the larger ones had over 10,000. The lowest level player in the tower was level 47, but most were level 48 or 49. Their equipment was also impressive, with most of them wearing at least level 45 secret silver equipment. Meanwhile, as time passed, more teams began to gather in the tower. As one team after another entered the tower, the scene caused a commotion among the independent teams. "Quick, look! That team is wearing Crimson Emperor's guild emblem." "What? Even Crimson Emperor is trying to get in on the action?" "Crimson Emperor is nothing. Had you been here a moment ago, you would have seen members from the Sacred Temple arrive. The Sacred Temple's team is even led by Vice Temple Master, Quiet Melody for this operation. That team was ridiculously strong. All 5,000 members were experts, and they all wore level 45 fine gold or better equipment. Quiet Melody herself even has 3 pieces of epic equipment on her." The independent players in the tower couldn't help but gawk at the various superpowers teams as they rested. The fact that they could survive and make a living in the Orc Empire proved that they were on par with God's Domain's elite players. Needless to say, they were stronger and higher leveled than ordinary players. However, these guild players were leaps and bounds ahead of them in terms of levels and equipment. In addition, a large number of top adventurer teams had banded together to form a massive force. It seemed that these top adventurer teams were adamant about contending with the various superpowers. While one top adventurer team would struggle to gather 1,000 experts, they could form a force of 6 to 7,000 expert players if they worked together, and not even the various superpowers should underestimate such a force. What a naive bunch. Do they really think that Crimson Emperor and Sacred Temple are the only superpowers participating in this struggle? Purple Jade, who stood a short distance away from several conversing independent players, expressed her disdain as she overheard the conversations. After the release of the new expansion pack, far more powers had become interested in the Primordial Divine Ruin. Even the dark forces had begun to poke their noses into the matter, and among these dark forces, even Raven, an emerging dark guild that developed rapidly recently, intended to participate. Although Raven had only dispatched 8,000 members to the Primordial Divine Ruin, every one of these members was an expert. Moreover, they radiated intense killing intent. They were clearly murderous experts that had long since grown comfortable with fighting other players. Even Purple Jade felt threatened by Bloodsucker, the leader of Raven's team. Judging by the man's aura, his combat standards should be no weaker than Yuan Tiexin's, who held a commander-level position in the secret pavilion. A lot of powers have definitely gathered here, but when the competition for the entry slots begins, we should avoid provoking Blackwater and Heaven's Burial's members as much as possible. Do you understand? Yuan Tiexin warned Purple Jade seriously. Don't provoke them. Is it because they have the home ground advantage? Purple Jade asked. As many as 3 super guilds had gathered in the tower, including Pantheon, King's Return, and the Sacred Temple. None of these super guilds could be underestimated, yet rather than taking note of these organizations, Yuan Tiexin warned her to take care around Heaven's Burial and Blackwater. She was truly surprised. That's not the case. Heaven's Burial and Blackwater are still no match for super guilds in terms of quality and quantity of experts, but don't forget that they still command evil beasts and demons. It is best if we avoid them, Yuan Tiexin said as he glanced at Falling Fire and Lei Jingyang, who commanded Blackwater and Heaven's Burial's teams. Although the destruction of ancient rock cities' defensive magic arrays has forced Heaven's Burial to station most of its evil beasts and evil demons in the city's defense, it is best if we use caution around them. Amicham. Purple Jade nodded. As the various powers in the tower prepared for the upcoming struggle, a team of players arrived outside of the Primordial Divine Ruin. The team was pitifully small compared to the various guild teams, with not even 2,000 players in total. However, when this team entered the tower, silence fell. What? Zero Wing? That shouldn't be possible, right? Zero Wing just destroyed Ancient Rock City. Are they trying to get themselves killed by showing up in Heaven's Burial's territory? Or do they really not consider Heaven's Burial a threat? Chapter 1648, Surge of Experts. Chapter 1648, Surge of Experts. As Zero Wing entered the Primordial Divine Ruin, every player in the tower turned towards its entrance. The culprit for the destruction of Ancient Rock City's defensive magic arrays was none other than Zero Wing. One could say that Heaven's Burials hated the guild to their very core. If the guilds hadn't needed to station most of its evil beasts and evil demons in Ancient Rock City to defend against the various superpowers invading armies, it likely would have launched a frenzied counterattack on Zero Wing by now. Yet, Zero Wing's members dared to show up in the Orc Empire, Heaven's Burial's territory. The guild had even gone so far as to travel all the way to the Primordial Divine Ruin. Just how bold are Zero Wing's members? Don't they know that Heaven's Burial could mobilize thousands of elite members to surround the Primordial Divine Ruin if it wanted to? Maybe they think Heaven's Burial can't touch them now that the guild is busy fending off the superpowers' armies. Even so, isn't Zero Wing underestimating the fight for access to the Primordial Divine Ruin? It sent less than 2,000 players. Does it really think that it can achieve anything with so few members? I wonder how Heaven's Burial's members will react. With how few players Zero Wing sent, the force Heaven's Burial dispatched should be more than enough to take them out. Everyone spoke in hushed whispers as they watched Zero Wing's members approach the tower. Uncle Yuan, what do you think is going through Black Flame's mind? This is the primordial divine ruin. Even if Heaven's Burial can't use its full force right now, it still has command of the evil beasts and demons. Even a small force of those monsters will be enough to put Zero Wing's team through hell. Purple Jade wondered as she watched Shifeng, who led Zero Wing's team, with a confused look. One of the reasons that the various superpowers dared to invade ancient Rock City was their significant numbers. Combined, their armies included over 700,000 players. Even if Heaven's Burial controlled evil beasts and evil demons, how many players could those monsters possibly hold back? As long as they wished it, the various superpowers could send their forces to circle the defending evil beasts and evil demons while they charged for the City Lord's mansion. With the evil beasts and demons' massive forms, they couldn't enter the mansion itself. Once the various superpowers got their members inside, not even an infinite number of evil beasts and demons could stop them. Heaven's Burial would have to rely on players and NPCs to hold the City Lord's tablet. Moreover, it was very difficult to protect a city with evil beasts and evil demons. At the end of the day, the human race was the evil god's temple's mortal enemy. If human NPCs encountered anything connected to the evil god's temple, they'd move to exterminate it immediately. In fact, there was a very high chance that ancient Rock City's NPC soldiers would disregard the invading players and attack the evil beasts and demons instead, accomplishing the opposite effect. This was also why the various superpowers dared to attack ancient Rock City. However, it was a different story in the fields and the primordial divine ruin. Players weren't prohibited from attacking each other in the ruin, and Heaven's Burial didn't have anything to protect here, so its evil beasts and evil demons could focus on the slaughter. Even if the monsters only killed half of Zero Wing's experts, it would deal a massive blow. I don't know, but the primordial divine ruin is incredibly important to every guild. It is not strange that Zero Wing is willing to take such a risk, Yuan Tiexin said, shaking his head. As Zero Wing's force moved closer to the tower, the players from the various superpowers and adventure teams, who anticipated an interesting show, revealed dumbfounded expressions. Is this a joke? Those players are actually all level 50 or higher. Crap. Didn't someone say that Zero Wing didn't have much equipment left? How are so many of those players wearing fine gold set equipment? What level are those fine gold sets? I can feel so much pressure coming off of them. Who are those players in the lead? I don't think I've ever seen them before. When did Zero Wing gain another batch of experts? For this operation, Shifeng did not have his team members wear black cloaks. Hence, both their levels and equipment were exposed for all to see. At this stage of the game, only an extremely small number of players had managed to reach level 50. First-rate guilds only had around 30 to 40 level 50 players, and the various superpowers only had 300 to 500. Yet, every player in the team of nearly 2,000 that Zero Wing had dispatched to the ruin was level 50 or higher. Some were even level 52. This was simply unbelievable. Moreover, Zero Wing's members wore dazzling equipment. The 30 unfamiliar players at the lead even wore the same fine gold set equipment. The aura they radiated was akin to a ferocious beast that had just been released from its cage. Wearing the magic light sets, which were even stronger than level 50 dark gold equipment, Yuzipping and the others' basic attributes were even higher than a Lord-ranked monster of the same level. A Lord-ranked monster might not be a tough opponent for the players in the primordial divine ruin, but it was a different story if it were a player with the attributes of such a monster. Such a player could easily solo an elite party. Even the superpowers commander-level individuals felt an immense pressure wafting from Yuzipping's group. Although their equipment was considered top-notch in God's domain, their basic attributes were nowhere near a level 50 lords. Suddenly, the various superpowers members saw Zero Wing's players in a new light. They were all powerhouses, and they knew what this aura and pressure represented. Although these factors couldn't be used to determine a player's strength, they did hint at a player's general combat standards. Just how much strength has Zero Wing hidden? It already introduced another 100 refinement realm experts, and now it's revealed so many experts with such intense auras. Could some superpower really be supporting Zero Wing in secret? Purple Jade's eyes widened when she saw the magic light sets Zipping and the other players wore. Currently, she had numerous pieces of level 50 fine gold equipment on her, and the weakest piece she had was level 45 dark gold rank. In addition, she carried an epic weapon and a piece of epic equipment. Overall, her lineup was among the best in the game right now. Yet, Zipping and his companions' basic attributes seemed higher than hers. Her basic attributes ranked among the top in the secret pavilion. What kind of power was the secret pavilion? It was an organization which only a small number of super guilds could compare to, yet Zero Wing had just revealed 30 never-before-seen experts with even higher attributes. The situation was simply ridiculous. It's no wonder why Black Flame dared to lead a team here. It seems that he came prepared. Yuan Tiexin's mouth twitched slightly as he watched Shifeng. Level 50 fine gold set equipment, huh? In his opinion, the only possible reason that Zipping's group had higher basic attributes than his and Purple Jade's was their level 50 fine gold set equipment. There was no other way that these players could surpass them. Level 50 fine gold set equipment. Purple Jade couldn't help her surprise. How is that possible? Even our guild has only collected 2 of such sets so far. How could Zero Wing possibly collect 30 sets? Level 50 equipment was already extremely difficult to gather, let alone level 50 fine gold set equipment. Even after investing tons of manpower and resources, the secret pavilion had only obtained 2 level 50 fine gold sets. What means did Zero Wing, a guild that was many times weaker than the secret pavilion, possibly employ to obtain 30 such sets? Don't forget that Black Flame is a master forger. It is very likely that he crafted the level 50 fine gold sets, Yuan Tiexin said, his expression turning somber. Truthfully, even he struggled to believe it. It wouldn't be surprising if Shifeng were simply a master forger, but a master forger capable of mass-producing level 50 fine gold set equipment held an entirely different meaning. Just thinking about how Zero Wing could deploy expert teams in level 50 fine gold set equipment made Yuan Tiexin shudder. As players discussed the possible power behind Zero Wing, dense killing intent radiated from Heaven's Burial's team, which stood not far from Zero Wing's members. Zero Wing. They actually dare to show up here. Lei Jingyang frowned, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he glared at the enemy players. Do they really think we'll just stand by and watch? Chapter 1649, Power of the Magic Light Set. Chapter 1649, Power of the Magic Light Set. Inside the tower, as Shifeng's group approached the teleportation zone, which would teleport players into the Primordial Divine Ruin when it activated, the killing intent Heaven's Burial's members radiated grew more intense. In fact, Heaven's Burial's members weren't the only ones to react this way. Players from the various superpowers all warily eyed Shifeng's group as they rested near the teleportation zone. Ha ha ha. This is going to be interesting. Zero Wing's members are trying to get themselves killed. Don't they know that the closer they get to the teleportation zone, the more likely it is that someone will target them? That might be the case. I remember that, during the previous struggle, several guilds had waited beside the teleportation zone, ignorant of the risk. As soon as the fight began, the various superpowers took those guilds out. Zero Wing can't possibly think that it will get into the Primordial Divine Ruin with less than 2,000 experts, right? The various major powers reacted with surprise and ridicule as they watched Zero Wing's team get closer to the teleportation zone. As the areas around the teleportation zone provided a terrain advantage during the struggle to enter the ruin, the 5 superpowers, which had fought for slots since the very beginning, monopolized it. Now that even more superpowers were getting involved, the competition had become more intense. The various superpowers might tolerate another superpower so close to the teleportation zone, but there was no way they'd allow anyone weaker to stand beside them. When the struggle for the entry slots began, Zero Wing would likely become their first target. If that happened, Zero Wing's outcome would be tragic. Every superpower involved had brought a minimum of 6,000 players, all of which were experts. Some of these teams were even led by several peak experts. Being targeted by just one of these teams would be enough to make a first-rate guild situation precarious. If multiple superpowers targeted the same team, they could eliminate a first-rate guild from the competition instantly. "Boss, should we take action?" a level 50 assassin in silver leather armor asked Lei Jingyang as he nodded towards Shifeng and the other players from Zero Wing. Although Zero Wing had only dispatched experts to the Primordial Divine Ruin, the team had less than 2,000 members. On the other hand, Heaven's Burial had dispatched 3,000 experts and 10,000 elites. It had even sent the entire Thunder Legion. Annihilating 1 or 2,000 experts would be a piece of cake for them. Furthermore, Blackwater had sent along 4,000 of its experts. With this, they had a combined force of 7,000 expert players and 10,000 elite players. Zero Wing's team had no chance of victory. "Brother Fire, what is your opinion on the matter?" Lei Jingyang asked as he turned towards the handsome man beside him. This handsome man was none other than Falling Fire, the vice-commander of Blackwater's third main force. The man wielded a crimson staff and was enveloped in translucent flames. Just looking at him felt stifling. The fact that he was fully geared in level 50 equipment, 3 pieces of which were epic rank, only made him all the more eye-catching. However, Lei Jingyang knew that, compared to Falling Fire's level and equipment, this man's most impressive feat was his promotion to a Tier 2 Elementalist and the Tier 2 spells in his arsenal. That was also why Blackwater had assigned Falling Fire to lead the team that would assist Heaven's Burial in this endeavor. Of course, we have to exterminate these people from Zero Wing. However, it is too soon to strike. They'd have an easier time getting away if we did so now. It won't be too late to attack once the struggle begins. Even if Zero Wing's members try to flee, they'll never get away while entrenched in the chaotic battlefield. Falling Fire said as he gestured to the various major powers behind Zero Wing's team. The system didn't stop players from fighting with each other inside the tower. Players could start a fight whenever they wished, and the tower had only one exit. It was relatively easy to escape the tower before the battle for the Primordial Divine Ruins entry slots began, but once it did, chaos would ensue. If a team weren't careful, other teams could easily drag it into the fray. Because of this, players had a very difficult time leaving the tower once the fight began. "I guess you're right. We'll strike once the struggle starts, then," Lei Jingyang said, nodding as he surveyed his surroundings. He then turned to his team and said, "When the time comes, leave none of Zero Wing's members alive, particularly those wearing level 50 fine gold set equipment. It'd be a massive waste to let them hold on to such precious items." Although he wanted nothing more than to slaughter Shifeng and his guildmates, Falling Fire's opinion was reasonable. Many powers had come to enter the Primordial Divine Ruin this time, and among them, plenty were top adventurer teams. Once the struggle to enter the ruin began, Zero Wing would have a challenging time trying to get out of the tower. They'd be able to kill far more Zero Wing players if they waited. Earlier, Shifeng had destroyed Ancient Rock City's defensive magic arrays, crippling the city. Now, the city couldn't generate nearly as much income. Lei Jingyang was no less angry than Singular Burial about the insult. Now that he'd encountered an opportunity to take care of Zero Wing, he couldn't let it get away. When he saw Yu Zipping and the others, who wore the magic light sets, he was particularly tempted. If he could get his hands on a few of those sets, he could help Heaven's Burial when the guild began to raid super large-scale team dungeons. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's members could feel an intense pressure bear down on them, the majority of which radiated from the various superpowers. The fight to claim the entry slots this time sure is intense. We're just camping out beside the teleportation zone, yet everyone's eyes are glued on us. Blackie was slightly astonished as he glanced at the nearby superpowers teams. The only other time he had seen so many superpowers in a single location was during the contest for Thunder Island. If he hadn't fought these superpowers in the past, he'd likely tremble with anxiety. Guild leader, Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's members are keeping a very close eye on us. Based on their killing intent, they'll definitely attack us as soon as the battle begins, Aqua Rose said, smiling at the players from Heaven's Burial and Blackwater, who stood a short distance away. Let them come, Shifeng said, revealing a faint smile as he eyed Heaven's Burial's members. It's about time we show these major powers Zero Wings' might. When the time comes, the Magic Light team will open a path while everyone gathers in the center of the teleportation zone. Although the number of entry slots has increased to 15,000 after the new expansion pack, the number of powers trying to enter the ruin has increased as well. Avoid fights whenever possible. Understood. Zero Wings members nodded in response to Shifeng's command, their expressions hardening. This was especially true for Zero Wings' internal members and White Tiger Dojo's disciples, who were about to participate in such a high-intensity war for the first time. They even felt as if they were dreaming. Shortly after Shifeng fell silent, a circular, light blue barrier formed around the edge of the teleportation zone. At the same time, a gigantic magic array gradually manifested, encompassing the area and notifying players that the teleportation process had begun. Excellent. Everyone, charge. Slaughter Zero Wings members. Upon seeing the barrier rise, Lei Jingyang turned his gaze towards Zero Wings members, flashing a sinister smile. Immediately, 7,000 level 48 plus expert players charged at Zero Wings' team. The 10,000 elite players then split into two groups to surround the enemy players. As Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's experts got close to Zero Wings' team, spells and arrows rained down on their heads. However, like lively monkeys, these experts nimbly dodged most of the attacks, preventing Zero Wings' ranged attacks from doing much harm. Just when both front lines were about to clash, Shifeng switched his title to Disintegration User and endowed the 30 Magic Light Team's members with disintegration power, increasing their basic attributes by 10% and damage by 20%. The buff also reduced the magic damage and physical damage they received by 30% and 15%, respectively. In the next moment, the two teams collided. Boom! 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 The sounds of the collision resounded throughout the tower along with players' screams. Impossible! Shock gripped Lei Jingyang's heart when he saw the scene before him. He even wondered if his eyes were playing tricks. When the melee players slammed into each other, it seemed as if Heaven's Burial's members has crashed into an immovable wall. Meanwhile, Yuzipping and his companions in the Magic Light sets moved like sharpened blades, unstoppable. The 30 players easily dove past Heaven's Burial's frontline and into the enemy ranks without slowing in the slightest. Zero Wings' other MTs were just as frightening. Each one of Zero Wings' MTs shattered the blockades of 3 to 5 players, sending these players flying. The difference between both sides' basic attributes was like heaven and earth. Chapter 1650, Overwhelming Advantage. Chapter 1650, Overwhelming Advantage. The scene inside the tower had transformed into something akin to an ancient battlefield. Hundreds of thousands of players fought as screams and explosions echoed throughout the tower. Many adventurer team members, who participated in this struggle for the Primordial Divine Ruins entry slots for the first time, were dumbfounded by the view before them. They even found it hard to move their feet. Amazing! So, this is the struggle for the Primordial Divine Ruin. This battle is too fierce. Even expert players are no different than ants here. Many adventurer teams and normal guilds, which had planned to participate, watched the battle in a daze from the sidelines. None of them were bold enough to join the fray. They were all afraid of being devoured and annihilated in the blink of an eye. Even the expert players they normally thought were so powerful lasted less than 10 seconds on this battlefield. These experts were either overwhelmed by an uncountable number of spells or ganged up on by equally powerful experts. On this battlefield, expert players were fortunate enough to keep their lives, let alone accomplish anything significant. As for the elite players, they were pure cannon fodder. Most elite players usually died before any of the rear-line healers could get to them. Of the multitude of battles across the battlefield, those near the teleportation zone were the most intense. Zero Wing's 30-man Magic Light team moved like a pack of ferocious beasts that had just escaped their cages. Neither the attacks from Heaven's Burial's melee players or those from the guild's ranged players could stop the mobile, iron wall the 15 Magic Light MTs had formed. Not only did the Magic Light MTs block every incoming melee attack, but they also sent their attackers flying with their weapons and shields. Zero Wing's rear-line DPS then followed up with an intense bombardment, turning its enemies into starlight instantly. Unfortunately, as Heaven's Burial had the numerical advantage, and not even the Magic Light MTs could block every incoming attack. From time to time, arrows and spells broke past their defenses. However, Heaven's Burial's members nearly despaired when they saw the damages above the Magic Light MT's heads. -3057. -2371. Despite landing direct hits, none of their attacks dealt more than -4000 damage. It was utterly inconceivable. Every Heaven's Burial expert present wore top-tier equipment, and even against top-tier MTs of the same level, their direct hits dealt at least -5000 damage. Powerful spells could even deal over -10,000 damage, yet when a level 50 ranger struck one of the Magic Light MTs with a tier 1 heart-piercing arrow, the ranger had only dealt around -3700 damage. These MTs took even less damage from spell attacks. Meanwhile, after receiving numerous buffs and the benefits from Shifeng's disintegration user title, the Magic Light MTs had over 70,000 HP each. Not even 10 of Heaven's Burial's attacks could force their HPs below 50%. Zero Wing's rear-line healers could easily restore such little HP, making the Magic Light MTs practically invincible. In contrast to Heaven's Burial's DPS, Zero Wing's DPS was overwhelming. Zipping, for example, easily dealt over -3000 damage to Heaven's Burial's MTs with his normal attacks alone. When he used skills like Cross Slash, he dealt over -10,000 damage. Unlike Zero Wing's MTs, Heaven's Burial's MTs only had around 50,000 HP. Zipping only needed a few attacks to devour most of an MT's HP by himself. Coupled with the ranged attacks from Zero Wing's rear-line DPS, the enemy MTs were dead before their healers could cast any healing spells. In the short moment since the battle had begun, Heaven's Burial had suffered several hundred casualties, and every one of them had been an expert player. Damn it! Why is there such a huge difference in our basic attributes? Confusion tore at Lei Jingyang as he watched Zero Wing's Magic Light team move closer to Heaven's Burial's ranged classes and healers. He simply could not fathom how Zipping and the others had such high basic attributes. Heaven's Burial's expert members were all geared in top-tier equipment, and even if Zipping's team wore level 50 fine gold set equipment, the difference should be this massive. He even wondered if the Magic Light team's members had activated Berserk skills. However, he was certain that none of them had. He was confident that Zero Wing's members hadn't activated Berserk skills because all of the various major powers had silently agreed not to use such skills in this struggle for the entry slots. There were two reasons for this agreement. The first was that every power participating in this struggle doubtlessly had some members who could use Berserk skills. If everyone used these skills, nothing would change. Berserk skills' long cooldowns was the second reason. On the off chance that they'd encounter trouble in the Primordial Divine Ruin, they'd likely be annihilated if they couldn't use their Berserk skills. However, Lei Jingyang didn't know that, although Zipping and his companions appeared to be wearing level 50 fine gold set equipment, the Magic Light set's basic attributes could rival level 50 dark gold set equipment. This was the reason that the gap between their basic attributes was so vast. This fight was on par with a player in a full set of secret silver equipment trying to contend with a player in dark gold equipment. Such a massive gap was only natural when both sides had similar combat standards. Moreover, the Conqueror Party's performance was also impressive. Although the Conqueror Party's basic attributes weren't as high as the Magic Light team members, their combat standards were higher. When they worked together, they could exhibit even greater combat power. Hence, the destruction the Conqueror Parties caused on the battlefield was in no way inferior to the Magic Light teams. Even Lei Jingyang's prided Thunder Legion was forced back. Meanwhile, the various superpowers' upper echelons, who had kept a constant eye on Zero Wing, were astounded. Despite Zero Wing's less than 2,000 players, it actually overwhelmed and suppressed Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's combined army of 7,000 experts and 10,000 elite players. "Boss, we can't hold on for much longer. At this rate, they'll chase us out of the teleportation zone," one of the Thunder Legion members on the front lines hurriedly shouted through the team chat. "I know. All of you, get ready," Lei Jingyang said, grinding his teeth as he took 5 dark gray crystal balls from his bag. He had planned to save these as a trump card to surprise the other superpowers, he had never expected to need them so soon. Following which, he turned to Falling Fire beside him and said, "Brother Fire, I'll have to rely on you for cover fire. Relax. Although they have superior basic attributes, they're all Tier 1 players. They're nothing compared to Tier 2 players," Falling Fire said, disdain flashing in his eyes as he watched the distant Zero Wing members. "Good." Lei Jingyang then began to chant an incantation to activate the 5 crystal balls. Suddenly, the 5 gray crystal balls shattered, and 5 dark gray magic arrays appeared around Lei Jingyang. Shortly after, 5-meter-tall figures emerged from these arrays. They were humanoid creatures covered in sharp spikes and radiating dense evil energy. These 5 humanoid creatures were none other than Grand Lord-ranked evil demons. The frightening aura these Grand Lords radiated stunned everyone in the tower. Level 70 Grand Lords. Such monsters were on par with natural disasters to current players. "So, this is Heaven's Burial's trump card?" Yuan Tixin's expression darkened upon seeing the evil demons. When Heaven's Burial's members saw the Grand Lord-ranked evil demons, however, excitement lit up their faces, and their morale skyrocketed. Although the combined force of Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's players appeared exceptionally powerful, it was nothing compared to the superpowers' forces. They had only dared to contend with the superpowers because of this trump card. However, Lei Jingyang wasn't a member of the evil god's temple. He couldn't summon evil demons directly and control them. He could only rely on flame blood, asking the cleric to spend the evil god's temple points he had struggled to accumulate on 5 evil demon crystal balls. Each evil demon crystal ball allowed players to store 1 evil demon within, and even non-evil god's temple players could use the crystal balls to summon and control the stored evil demon. However, the cost was painful. The evil demon crystal ball was a consumable item, and once the evil demons were stored inside, they would become so as well. Once the crystal ball's 3-hour duration ended, the summoned evil demons would be permanently destroyed. Lei Jingyang had wanted to avoid using this trump card unless absolutely necessary. "Since you forced me to use the evil demon crystal balls, none of you from Zero Wing should even think of escape." Lei Jingyang revealed a sinister grin as he glared at Zero Wing's team. He then charged at Zero Wing's members alongside his 5 level 70 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons. Falling Fire followed the charge with his own team. Chapter 1651, Hidden Power. Chapter 1651, Hidden Power. The appearance of the 5 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons immediately attracted the attention of everyone on the battlefield. If the evil demons summoned were merely level 70 Great Lords, they still wouldn't pose much of a concern. After all, current players could defeat such existences, albeit after paying a considerable price. However, level 70 Grand Lords were a different story. Without berserk skills, level 50 peak MTs would not survive 2 hits from a level 70 Grand Lord. Moreover, evil demons possessed superior combat standards to monsters of the same rank. Even level 50 MTs with their berserk skills activated wouldn't last very long against such a monster. Meanwhile, 5 of such evil demons had actually appeared on the battlefield. How could anyone ignore and not feel worried over these monsters? Although the various major powers had already predicted that Heaven's Burial would make use of the evil beasts and evil demons it controlled, they hadn't anticipated that the guild could summon as many as 5 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons. Sure enough, they did bring along this trump card. Zero Wing is doomed now. Even a Tier 3 summoned creature won't be able to hold back a Grand Lord-ranked evil demon, much less 5 of them. The various major powers were delighted as they watched the 5 evil demons charging towards Zero Wing's team. With this, they would have one less competitor to worry about. At the same time, though, a somber expression also appeared on their faces. After all, once Heaven's Burial finished off the Zero Wing contingent, needless to say, Heaven's Burial would have no trouble securing a large number of entry slots with the help of the 5 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons, leaving other powers like them with fewer slots they could compete for. Just as everyone was thinking of how to go about competing for the entry slots, the 5 evil demons had already arrived at the front line of the battle between Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial under Lei Jingyang's lead. You people from Zero Wing should feel proud that you've forced me to use my trump card so soon. However, now that I have, you are all going to become evil demon food. Lei Jingyang revealed a sadistic grin as he swept a glance at the Zero Wing members before him. He then stopped controlling the 5 evil demons and simply commanded them to slaughter Zero Wing's members. Roar! Once the evil demons were no longer under direct control, their eyes released a bloody glow as they bellowed angrily. The evil energy they radiated also intensified, so much so that it clouded the perception of nearby players slightly. Even the Zero Wing members standing somewhat far away from the evil demons could not help but shudder at the powerful auras the evil demons released. Grand Lord-ranked evil demons. Shi Feng frowned slightly as he glanced at the roaring evil demons. Immediately, he commanded through the team chat, Kola, Turtledove, Yi Wumian, you 3 go keep those evil demons busy. Everyone else, focus on wiping out Heaven's Burial's members. Evil demons. That's not a bad opponent. Kola licked his lips in eagerness as he looked at the evil demons. It's a good opportunity to test my new equipment. Currently equipped with the Trembling Crown and Trembling Shield, Turtledove was also brimming with fighting spirit. Before coming to the Primordial Divine Ruin, Shi Feng had distributed the weapons, equipment, and skills he obtained from the Lost Town to Kola and the others. Among them, he had given the Trembling Crown and Trembling Shield to Turtledove, while Yi Wumian received Kola's Dragon Scale Shield, which she had been using. Kola and the others promptly dashed towards the 5 evil demons. Keep on struggling. Lei Jingyang sneered when he saw Zero Wing's members trying to move out of the evil demon's way. At this moment, he could already foresee the annihilation of Zero Wing's Magic Light team. Just when the 5 evil demons arrived before some melee players of Zero Wing, Kola suddenly appeared in front of the 5 monsters and raised his shield. At the same time, he activated Justice Roar. The blinding light Kola's shield gave off instantly made him the center of attention on the battlefield. Meanwhile, the 5 evil demons involuntarily stopped their actions and turned to look at Kola. An AoE taunt? What a suicidal bastard. Lei Jingyang's eyes gleamed with ridicule as he looked at the glow from Kola's shield. Even current peak MTs couldn't last very long against a level 70 Grand Lord-ranked evil demon. Yet, now, Kola had used an AoE taunt on 5 of such evil demons. At this moment, Lei Jingyang could already foresee the scene of Kola being killed instantly. As if summoned, the 5 evil demons instantly appeared before Kola, with one evil demon already swiping its right claw at the male guardian knight. So fast. The evil demon's attack astonished the spectating crowd, which could just barely see the afterimage of the evil demon's claw. If it were up to these players, blocking or dodging the monster's attack would be impossible. Needless to say, if they were its target, they would no doubt be killed instantly. Pine. However, the scene that occurred a moment later was utterly different from everyone's expectations. Not only did Kola manage to block the first attack using the Titan Guard, but he actually retreated by only 2 steps after receiving the attack. Moreover, he only sustained a little over -10,000 damage from doing so. How is this possible? Could it be a skill? The nearby spectating crowd was stunned by this scene. Just as everyone was wondering what Kola did to take so little damage, another 2 evil demons launched attacks on Kola, their claws blurring. Pine! Pine! Another 2 crisp clangs rang out. Kola was forced to retreat by a total of 4 steps, and 2 damages above -10,000 also appeared above the Guardian Knight's head. However, even after receiving 3 attacks that dealt over -10,000 damage each, he still had over half his HP remaining. Not bad. Their strength should be roughly the same as a level 60 specialized Grand Lord. Kola revealed a faint smile at the faint numbness in his arms. To him, someone who possessed over 80,000 HP, attacks that dealt around -10,000 damage were entirely within his tolerance range. When Kola noticed the last 2 evil demons attacking him as well, he decided to activate Titan's Will, the skill reducing the damage he received by 90% and increasing his attack speed by 100%, movement speed by 30%, and starting movement speed by 80% for 20 seconds. When the 2 evil demons' claws collided with Kola's Titan Guard, 2 dazzling flashes appeared. This time, however, not only did Kola not retreat by a single step, but even the damage he received from each attack was just a little more than -1,000, that was practically a negligible amount. Following which, several healing lights fell on him, instantly replenishing his HP to full. So, this is Zero Wings Chief MT. He's so strong. Everyone's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets when they saw Kola actually going toe-to-toe with the 5 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons. If it were them, a single Grand Lord-ranked evil demon would be beyond their means. Yet, despite going up against 5 of such evil demons, Kola still seemed to have plenty of energy to spare. Right now, it looked as if these 5 evil demons were actually fake evil demons. However, they were fully aware that this result was not because the evil demons were weak. Instead, Kola was simply too strong. Just the shockwaves resulting from the clashes were enough to force the nearby players to retreat involuntarily. With this, one could imagine how much strength both sides possessed. However, before everyone could recover from their shock over Kola's performance, 2 more players joined him, each one of them pinning down 1 evil demon. These 2 players were none other than Turtledove and Yi Wumian. The moment these 2 MTs appeared, they immediately used a taunt skill and solidified their aggro on their respective targets. Very quickly, 2 evil demons peeled away from Kola. However, this was still not the most shocking part. The crucial point was that both Turtledove and Yi Wumian actually possessed defense that was in no way inferior to Kola's. In fact, when the female Guardian Knight Turtledove blocked an attack from her Grand Lord, she received only a little over -8,000 damage, which was far less than the damage Kola received. This showed that her defense was above even Kola's. As for HP, due to the various team buffs, Yi Wumian had over 75,000 HP. Meanwhile, Turtledove, who was equipped with epic set equipment, possessed over 80,000 HP, just like Kola. Meanwhile, due to Kola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian's appearance, the evil demons, whom everyone thought would be able to create a huge ruckus, were now thoroughly suppressed. Damn it! How can their defense be so high? Lei Jingyang was momentarily stupefied when he saw this scene. However, a possibility that made his entire body shudder came to mind soon after. Could they have been promoted to Tier 2 as well? Chapter 1652, Tier 2 vs Tier 2. Chapter 1652, Tier 2 vs Tier 2. Inside the teleportation zone, the 5 level 70 Grand Lord ranked evil demons furiously attacked the MT trio from Zero Wing, their speed extremely fast. Many expert players present inside the tower could not keep up with the monster's movements, yet Cola and the other MTs blocked every attack of the evil demons using their shields. Moreover, they did so very casually. Meanwhile, any expert player that accidentally came into proximity of their battle would get killed by the battle's shockwaves. They're able to stop even 5 Grand Lord ranked evil demons. Purple Jade wore an incredulous look on her face as she watched Cola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian going up against the evil demons. Even the peak MTs of the secret pavilion would need to activate their berserk skills to go up against a level 70 Grand Lord. However, Cola and the other 2 MTs could actually hold back the evil demons without using any berserk skills. Moreover, they were even at a numerical disadvantage. Zero Wing is truly extraordinary. It's no wonder Rain is so adamant in working together with the guild. Quiet Melody, who was commanding the Sacred Temple's members in battle, could not help her surprise when she sent a glance at the distant evil demons. Now, she more or less understood why Phoenix Rain had decided to partner with Zero Wing early on in the game. Phoenix Rain's insight was indeed many times more acute than Nine Dragons' Emperor's. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's members also had their morale boosted further after seeing the MT Trio's performance. Brimming with fighting spirit, they started putting even more effort into suppressing Heaven's Burial's members. Damn it! How is this possible? Lei Jingyang was filled with envy as he looked at Cola and the other 2 MTs. Why does Zero Wing possess 3 Tier 2 MTs? Not only did Heaven's Burial receive financial support from major corporations, but it had also managed to recruit plenty of expert players. Despite all this, the entire guild had only 3 people that succeeded in their Tier 2 promotion even until now. The guild had invested everything it had to help these 3 players complete their promotion quests after they reached level 50. Moreover, unlike other classes, MT classes faced much more difficulty with their Tier 2 promotions. Although Heaven's Burial had attempted to help its MTs with their promotions, all of those MTs failed. On the other hand, Zero Wing actually possessed 3 Tier 2 MTs. The value of Tier 2 MTs was much greater than that of Tier 2 players of other classes. After all, the majority of a guild's weapons and equipment came from dungeons. If a guild possessed powerful MTs, it would have a much easier time raiding dungeons. Boss, what should we do? Those 5 Grand Lords are all pinned down right now. We're also still getting pushed back by Zero Wing. At this rate, we'll be chased out of the teleportation zone, the level 50 ranger commanding the battle asked worriedly. Although their side had an overwhelming advantage in numbers, Zero Wing's members were simply too powerful. Thus far, their side had already lost over 1,000 players. In contrast, Zero Wing's death toll amounted to only a little over 100. Most importantly, the 30-man Magic Light team had yet to suffer a single casualty. All ranged DPS, change targets, and focus fire on those 3 MTs of Zero Wing. I refuse to believe that Zero Wing will have another method to stop the evil demons once we get rid of the 3 of them. Lei Jingyang commanded through the team chat. After saying so, Lei Jingyang personally led a team of 20 experts, followed by Falling Fire's team, and charged at Cola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian. Although it was indeed surprising that Zero Wing possessed 3 Tier 2 MTs, both Falling Fire and he were Tier 2 players as well. If they went up against the MT trio, they would not necessarily be the one to lose. Not to mention, Cola and the other 2 still had to tank 5 evil demons. Very quickly, Lei Jingyang and the others arrived within 40 yards of the Mount Trio. Die! Like throwing a javelin, Lei Jingyang hurled the great sword he carried at Cola, arcs of silver electricity appearing around the weapon as it left his hand. In mid-flight, the great sword suddenly split into a dozen serpents made out of silver lightning. Meanwhile, unlike normal spells and arrows, which could only move in a straight line, the serpent slithered nimbly through the air towards Cola, their movement patterns changing constantly. The boss is getting serious. Zero Wings members are dead now. The eyes of the Thunder Legion members glowed when they saw this scene. The attack Lei Jingyang had just executed was a trademark move of his, a combination of his precision control and the additional skill of his greatsword, Electric Serpent Bites. Each Electric Serpent summoned possessed 120% of the user's strength. They also moved ridiculously fast, so much so that even top-tier experts would have trouble coping with just one of the serpents. Going up against a dozen Electric Serpents simultaneously would be a struggle even for peak experts of the same level, who would have no choice but to retreat temporarily. As for Falling Fire, who stood beside Lei Jingyang, he was not one to be outdone either. As he completed an incantation, 9 crimson magic arrays appeared on the ground around him. The ambient fire-type mana immediately began surging towards these 9 magic arrays frantically. Shortly after, Falling Fire tapped the butt of his staff on the ground. Tier 2 Curse, Spark Impact. In the next moment, the 9 magic arrays started launching small meteorites one after another into the air. After reaching a certain altitude, the meteorites then changed trajectories and flew straight towards Kola. The power packed within each meteorite was visibly stronger than that of Lei Jingyang's Electric Serpents. Their speed was on par with the Electric Serpents as well. They're working together to attack me. Despite seeing the Electric Serpents and small meteorites rapidly approaching him, Kola showed no sign of panic whatsoever. Instead, he gave the ground a mighty stomp, taking a defensive stance, and activated Titan's Heart. The instant Kola used Titan's Heart, a yellow, earthen barrier formed around him, shielding him from the Electric Serpents and small meteorites. Boom! 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 Let's see how you people from Zero Wings stop the evil demons now. Lei Jingyang laughed in ridicule as he looked at Kola's position. Although Kola had activated a life-saving skill, Lei Jingyang's Electric Serpent Bites possessed extraordinary attack power. It was not something that could be received head-on. Not to mention, the Tier 2 curse that Falling Fire used possessed even greater power. Falling Fire likewise laughed as he looked at the dust surrounding Kola's position. He then turned to look at Turtledove and Yi Wumian. However, as the dust settled, a figure emerged standing where the Electric Serpents and meteorites landed. Meanwhile, this figure was none other than Kola. At this moment, Kola's surroundings had already been charred black. However, Kola himself remained completely unharmed. In fact, not only had his HP not decreased by the slightest, but it had even increased quite significantly. He's not dead. Lei Jingyang and Falling Fire were stunned. Both of them had used their respective aces in the hole, each of which was easily capable of instant killing a player of the same level. Yet, Kola actually managed to survive both attacks without taking any damage. In fact, aside from blocking their attacks, Kola had also fended off the attacks of 3 evil demons. What powerful attacks! They actually managed to deplete half of my protective energy. Kola could not help being startled when he looked at the remaining energy of his barrier, as Titan's Heart created an energy shield that had an HP equivalent to 10 times his own. Had he tried receiving all those attacks without Titan's Heart, even if he activated Protection Blessing, he still would have gotten killed instantly. An invulnerability skill. Both Lei Jingyang and Falling Fire shared the same thought as they looked at Kola. In God's domain, although invulnerability skills were extremely rare, some still existed. Meanwhile, every one of them was extremely troublesome to deal with. However, after Lei Jingyang and Falling Fire exchanged glances, they sprang into action again, targeting Turtledove this time. No matter how strong an invulnerability skill was, once its duration was up, it would disappear. Hence, all they needed to do now was attack other MTs instead of Kola. They also refused to believe that all 3 MTs had learned invulnerability skills. However, when Lei Jingyang was within 30 yards of Turtledove, he suddenly felt a chill crawling down his spine. Immediately, he tightened his grip around his white bone greatsword and activated Whirlwind Slash. Dang! In the next moment, Lei Jingyang felt as if he had just struck an impenetrable wall as his greatsword stopped abruptly, sparks flying from the edge of his greatsword. Then, a lithe figure gradually appeared before him. Zero Wings Fire Dance. Lei Jingyang sneered as he looked at the lithe figure facing him. Are you here to get yourself killed? He sent a slash at the female assassin before him straightaway. An assassin was most powerful when conducting an ambush. As long as the ambush failed and their body became exposed, their combat power would decrease drastically. In a frontal clash, an assassin was significantly inferior to a berserker. Dang! 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 However, after exchanging several attacks with Fire Dance, Lei Jingyang started panicking. As a Tier 2 berserker, his strength should be overwhelmingly superior to most players at this stage of the game. Moreover, he was currently geared in 3 pieces of epic equipment. Despite that, not only did every one of the dozen or so attacks he had sent at Fire Dance get blocked, but his arms even started falling numb from the resulting impact. Could she be a Tier 2 player as well? Lei Jingyang could not help entertaining such a thought. However, even if Fire Dance was a Tier 2 assassin, it should be impossible for her to be superior to him, a Tier 2 berserker, in terms of strength. Lei Jingyang very quickly shook the thought out of his head and calmed himself. In terms of combat standards, he was no doubt superior to Fire Dance. Since he couldn't win using a forceful approach, he simply needed to target her weak points. He immediately activated the Tier 2 skill Battering Slash. Battering Slash allowed him to ignore his target's defense and block effects. Although the damage his attacks dealt would decrease significantly, it would be more than enough to kill an assassin, a class that had both low HP and defense. However, when his greatsword passed through Fire Dance's body, Lei Jingyang's complexion immediately darkened. The reason for this was the sensation he felt coming from his greatsword. It did not feel as if he had just cut through a physical entity at all. He tried using Blade Storm right away, but before he realized it, Fire Dance had already appeared behind him, the 1,000 transformations in her hand stabbing towards his back. Tier 2 skill, Shadow Raid. Fire Dance instantly transformed into numerous streaks of shadows that pierced through Lei Jingyang's body. Damages ranging between 10,000 and 20,000 appeared rapidly above the berserker's head one after another, depleting his HP to 0. Chapter 1653, Tier 2 Galore. Did Lei Jingyang die? An instant kill. For a time, the players watching the battle between Fire Dance and Lei Jingyang were stunned by the sudden development. The fight had been lightning quick, and many had failed to realize what had happened before it was over. In one moment, Lei Jingyang had been alive and kicking, and in the next, he was dead. The members of Lei Jingyang's Thunder Legion were particularly dumbstruck. They all knew how powerful their commander was. Not only did he wield 3 pieces of epic equipment, but he was also one of 3 Tier 2 players in Heaven's Burial. The Berserker had over 53,000 HP, as well, which was in no way inferior to Tier 1 peak MTs of the same level. If Tier 1 experts like themselves had to face Lei Jingyang, they'd never be enough to take down the Berserker even with a 20-man team. Yet, an assassin had killed their commander with a single move. No matter how they looked at the situation, it felt unreal. Only Shifeng knew how possible the feat truly was. After all, Fire Dance wielded a fragmented legendary weapon, which no epic weapon could compare to. Moreover, the assassin class was famous for its explosive damage, dealing significant amounts in a very short time. Meanwhile, Shadow Raid was Fire Dance's strongest explosive skill. If she landed a hit with the skill, even a Tier 2 Guardian Knight or Shield Warrior of the same level would stand on the precipice of death, if not die instantly, let alone a Tier 2 Berserker. After Lei Jingyang died, Heaven's Burial's members fell into a panic, confused about what to do next. Along with Lei Jingyang's death, the 5 Grand Lord ranked evil demons he had summoned had disappeared. This was like salt in an open wound to Heaven's Burial's members. Kola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian had already embedded their strength into their enemies' minds. Lei Jingyang's followers doubted that they had the strength to surpass a Grand Lord-ranked evil demon. Useless trash. He actually died so quickly. A deep frown pulled at Falling Fire's face as he watched Lei Jingyang's corpse transform into particles of light. He had never expected Zero Wing to have a Tier 2 assassin and 3 Tier 2 MTs. Immediately, he shouted through the team chat, "Everyone, retreat. Leave the teleportation zone for now. We'll re-enter from another side." At this stage of the game, it was extremely difficult for players to reach Tier 2. Even Blackwater, with its abundant resources, had only nurtured a few Tier 2 experts thus far. Yet, not only did Zero Wing have 3 Tier 2 MTs, but it had a Tier 2 assassin as well. This left him truly confused. Even if Fire Dance took part in the battle, Heaven's Burial and Blackwater should have been able to resist Zero Wing by relying on the 5 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons, but now, Lei Jingyang was dead and the evil demons had vanished. Even if they had the numeric advantage, they had lost any momentum against Zero Wing due to the loss. Their chances of victory were now slim, regardless of whether or not they continued to fight. The wisest decision now would be leaving the teleportation zone temporarily and trying to get back in from another side. With the limited number of entry slots, Zero Wing shouldn't bother chasing them. On the off chance that there were less than 15,000 players in the zone after Zero Wing left it, the guild would miss the opportunity to enter the Primordial Divine Ruin. The risk of giving chase simply outweighed the gains. However, as Falling Fire ushered his team out of the teleportation zone, a snowy white dagger appeared behind him, transforming into a streak of silver light as it thrust into the elementalist's back. Another assassin? Falling Fire panicked. But it was already too late to dodge or block the attack physically. Instinctively, Falling Fire activated Blink, vanishing from the dagger's attack trajectory in the most critical moment and reappearing 15 yards away. He then turned towards the player that had ambushed him with a grim expression. Unlike the lithe assassin that had ambushed Lei Jingyang, the assassin that had attacked Falling Fire was a physically fit youth. This youth was none other than Flying Shadow. What fast reactions! Flying Shadow was astonished when Falling Fire successfully evaded the ambush. He evaded my attack despite being caught off guard. Sure enough, I'm still not on the level of peak experts like him. He had been so close to killing Falling Fire just now. In his opinion, he had already concealed himself sufficiently, and his attack had been fast enough, yet Falling Fire had avoided his dagger. Zero Wing's Flying Shadow. Falling Fire recognized Flying Shadow instantly, feeling no less shocked than the assassin. How is he so strong? He had detailed information on all of Zero Wing's top-ranked experts, and Flying Shadow wasn't wearing a black cloak. Even without an identification skill, he easily determined the youth's identity based on his appearance. Based on the report he had read, Flying Shadow wasn't nearly as strong as Fire Dance, Zero Wing's #1 assassin. Yet, just now, the youth had displayed far more power than the report had mentioned. After Falling Fire had been promoted to Tier 2, he hadn't encountered a Tier 1 assassin that could get within 10 yards of him undetected. Only the guild's Tier 2 assassins had been successful. Could he be a Tier 2 player as well? As Falling Fire looked at Flying Shadow, he felt the edges of his world beginning to crumble. Since when had reaching Tier 2 become so easy? The fact that Zero Wing had one Tier 2 assassin was surprising enough, but he had just encountered another. Had he not reacted quickly enough, he might have fallen to Flying Shadow's attack. Watching Flying Shadow approach again, Falling Fire began to double speedcast. Suddenly, stone spikes rose from the ground beneath the assassin's feet. At the same time, a large number of ice swords rained down on the youth. This forced Flying Shadow to focus on the attacks from above and below, which drastically slowed his advance. Moreover, he stiffened slightly each time he blocked an ice sword. Aside from Falling Fire's attacks, Flying Shadow had to deal with the nearby Heaven's Burial and Blackwater members. For a time, all of the incoming attacks forced Flying Shadow into a passive state. He couldn't close the distance between himself and his target. "Your equipment is quite good, but it's a pity your combat standards are somewhat lacking," Falling Fire said, a condescending smile spreading across his face as he watched the assassin's HP slowly decrease. Flying Shadow might be considered a first-class expert in a first-rate guild, but he was still young and tender in Falling Fire's eyes. The assassin's focus on dodging and blocking was particularly poor and inefficient. Even without the support of other players, he could easily kill this player. Die. Falling Fire completed the final verse of his incantation and launched the Tier 2 spell, detonating flame arrows, at Flying Shadow. However, before he could release the dozens of flaming arrows that had formed above him, a dark blue magic array had appeared in the sky, releasing a torrent of water that snuffed the arrows out. Reacting, Falling Fire used Blink again and avoided the descending water. By the time he reappeared, the force of the torrent had carved out a massive crater in his previous position, filling it with water. How is that possible? Someone actually crushed my detonating flame arrows? Confusion tore at Falling Fire as he eyes the man-made pond. He had cast a Tier 2 spell, which shouldn't have crumbled so easily even under another Tier 2 spell, yet not only had his detonating flame arrows been eliminated, but the torrent of water had contained enough destructive power to form a massive crater. But before Falling Fire could discover his attacker, over a dozen light blue water spears shot towards him. The spears had appeared in almost the same moment Falling Fire had reappeared after using Blink. The enemy caster's timing and aim were incredibly precise. Dazed, Falling Fire failed to protect himself in time with an ice barrier, and 4 water spears plowed into him, each dealing over -16,000 damage. Falling Fire, who only had 40,000 HP, died instantly. As the elementalist's HP reached 0, he was barely able to turn his head in time towards the water spear's origin. Standing around 30 yards away was a lithe, graceful woman in a lilac robe and wielding a dark blue crystal staff. A light blue magic array gradually faded from beneath her feet while dense, water-type mana surrounded her. Another Tier 2 player. Although Falling Fire still wanted to speak, his vision had already darkened, and his body collapsed. Chapter 1654, Shocking All Sides. Chapter 1654, Shocking All Sides. As Falling Fire collapsed, silence descended on Zero Wing in Heaven's Burial's battlefield. Commander? The commander actually died. Do they also have a Tier 2 magical class expert? Blackwater's members gaped at Aqua Rose, who was responsible for Falling Fire's death. Falling Fire was both one of the scant few Tier 2 players and a top-ranked expert within Blackwater. Normally, the Elementalist killed them instantly when they sparred with him. However, they had just watched this man die after one hit. No matter how they looked at the situation, it was utterly unbelievable. The tier suppression Tier 2 players had over Tier 1 players was much greater than that of Tier 1 players over Tier 0 players. Moreover, as an elementalist, Falling Fire had a few passive skills that increased his magic resistances, making him much tougher against spells. Yet, Aqua Rose had annihilated Falling Fire with a single spell. There were only 2 possibilities to explain the outcome. The first was that Aqua Rose had used a Berserk skill followed by a Tier 1 curse. The other possibility was that Aqua Rose was also a Tier 2 player. When players activated a Berserk skill, some kind of special effect would change their bodies. Only, not all Berserk skills generated visible indicators. Regardless, when a player activated a Berserk skill, the intensity of their aura would increase drastically, informing others that the player had activated such a skill. However, Aqua Rose displayed neither phenomena, so it was obvious that she hadn't activated a Berserk skill. There was also no way they'd missed the resulting changes. They all had keen senses as experts, and activating a Berserk skill was akin to turning on a light in a dark room. When Blackwater's members considered the possibility that Zero Wing also had a Tier 2 magical class, they couldn't help but shudder. Tier 2 MTs were only powerful when tanking monsters, their DPS was lacking. However, it was a different story for Tier 2 magical classes. Magical classes already wielded extremely high DPS even at Tier 1, and they had more AoEs than other classes. After their promotion to Tier 2, magical classes' attacks would grow even stronger. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call Tier 2 magical classes mobile defense turrets. When solely comparing combat capabilities, Tier 2 magical classes were stronger than another class by far. While everyone struggled with their shock over Falling Fire's death, Aqua Rose used the opportunity to cast the Tier 2 spell, Aqua Precinct. With the female Cursemancer at its center, a water domain manifested, covering a 70-yard radius. Any of Heaven's Burial and Blackwater members caught within Aqua Precinct soon noticed the rapid drop in their basic attributes. In the blink of an eye, their basic attributes had fallen to 70% of their original values. Following which, 12, 8-meter-long water serpents rose from the pool of water, releasing enraged bellows that echoed throughout the tower. Every water serpent possessed the strength to rival a great lord of the same level. Under Aqua Rose's control, the water serpents jumped at the players from Heaven's Burial and Blackwater. Aqua Precinct wasn't like normal AoEs and was categorized as a domain skill. When using it to attack, Aqua Rose wouldn't harm her allies as normal AoE spells would as long as she controlled the spell properly. Tier 1 experts would have a very difficult time coping with a Great Lord's attacks. Only Tier 1 MTs of the same level could block such attacks without receiving much damage. However, unlike normal Great Lords, which had monotonous attack patterns, the water serpents were flexible since Aqua Rose controlled them. Any MT that failed to block the serpent's attacks instantly lost over 20,000 HP. Since Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's MTs had lost 30% of their basic attributes, the water serpents only needed 2 hits to finish off a level 50 MT. In the short moments since Aqua Rose had cast Aqua Precinct, she had killed 4 level 50 MTs. The rear line healers had never even had a chance to heal their allies. Monster. She's a monster. Heaven's Burials and Blackwater's experts stared at the female Cursemancer in utter horror. Retreat. Run. There's a monster. With Zero Wing's Magic Light team and Conqueror parties gaining the upper hand, followed by Aqua Rose's sudden massacre, Heaven's Burials and Blackwater's members panicked. Rather than a slow, organized retreat, they turned and fled like cowards. Not only would they lose a level if they died, but they'd also lose a piece of equipment. To expert players like them, the loss was unbearably painful. Hence, now that they knew that they were no match for Zero Wing, they wouldn't continue to throw themselves into the jaws of death. Furthermore, their commanders, Lei Jingyang and Falling Fire, had already died. Big Sis Aqua, you couldn't hold back a little? We've barely killed any enemies, yet you've already scared them all away. How are we supposed to earn extra income now? Shadow Sword and Zero Wing's other Tier 2 players sighed in frustration as they watched Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's members flee. They had previously held back because they were worried about scaring off their prey. It had actually taken quite a bit restraint to drag this battle out, yet their prey had run in fear of them before they could reap the benefits and slaughter them all. This frustrated Shadow Sword and the others. My bad. I'll be more careful next time, Aqua Rose said, sending her companions an apologetic glance. She hadn't expected Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's players to be so cowardly. Thus far, the battle between their guilds had been fairly even. In fact, Zero Wing wouldn't get off easily either if Heaven's Burial and Blackwater continued the fight. Yet, rather than stand their ground, the two guilds' members had turned and fled. This will work, too. Just kill as many as you can, but be careful to stay near the team and in the teleportation zone, Shifeng commanded. He was not particularly surprised by their enemy's response. Although Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's experts were no weaklings, the series of mental blows had thrown them into a panic. Fortunately, Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's reaction was a good thing for Zero Wing. At the very least, Zero Wing could now secure more entry slots for the Primordial Divine Ruin. Shadow Sword, Blackie, Violet Cloud, Rampant Blade, Alluring Summer, and Zero Wing's other Tier 2 players began to put all they had into their battles. With the overwhelming strength of Tier 2 classes, Shadow Sword and the others charged into Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's ranks like lions charging into a flock of sheep. The guild's magical class players, such as Blackie, Violet Cloud, and Alluring Summer, dominated the battlefield like humanoid defense turrets. Without anyone to hinder their progress, they each killed over a dozen players with every attack. This only encouraged Zero Wing's other members to fight with more fervor. By the time Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's members left the teleportation zone, they had littered their path with corpses and equipment. The two guilds had lost nearly 2,000 experts since the battle had begun. The outcome was startling. If these casualties were only ordinary or elite players, the loss wouldn't be as painful, but the players Zero Wing's members had killed were all experts. These two guilds had lost just as many experts as there were in an ordinary, first-rate guild. Amazing. So, this is Zero Wing's strength? Didn't someone say that Zero Wing was no match for Heaven's Burial and Blackwater? Heaven's Burial sure is unlucky. Not only is it in danger of losing Ancient Rock City, but entering the Primordial Divine Ruin will also be a major challenge. The various major powers had been paying very close attention to the battle between Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial, and the superpowers present were no exception. However, none of them had ever imagined that this outcome was possible. Even Purple Jade, who had a high opinion of Zero Wing, had assumed that the guild would fight its enemies to a draw at best. Yet, Zero Wing had actually chased Heaven's Burial and Blackwater out of the teleportation zone while suffering minimal losses. This had completely exceeded her expectations. As for the various guilds and adventure teams, which had planned to enter the teleportation zone near Zero Wing, shrank back in fear after seeing the guild's prowess in battle. "Commander, are we still going to charge in?" A level 50 shield warrior clad in black armor could not help but ask his commander. "Charge in? Are you suicidal? We're retreating. We'll go in from another side." Chapter 1655, 10 years too early. Chapter 1655, 10 years too early. After Zero Wing's victory over Heaven's Burial, the various superpowers in the teleportation zone couldn't help but reevaluate their opinions of Zero Wing. Sure enough, Zero Wing can be quite capable. No wonder they dared to ignore our guild's warning. It might not be a bad idea to consider partnering with them for the Primordial Divine Ruin raid, a middle-aged man in black armor muttered as he looked at Zero Wing's members with an interested expression. He carried a great sword with runes that radiated a chilling aura. The Primordial Divine Ruin was akin to a dungeon. If one wished to progress inside the ruin, they needed a certain level of strength, whether it be basic attributes or combat standards. The difficulty also increased as one delved deeper into the ruin. After reaching the Primordial Divine Ruin's fourth underground floor, players faced extraordinarily strict requirements. In fact, it was so difficult to pass from the fourth floor to the fifth floor, where the gate to the Primordial City was located, that a single guild team could no longer clear the challenge. They would only have a higher chance of reaching the fifth underground floor by working together. The middle-aged man's words surprised the nearby players. The middle-aged man before them was none other than Broken City, an upper echelon from King's Return. He had been very famous in the virtual gaming world some years ago. Even King's Return's guild leader had to treat Broken City with respect. Broken City didn't praise players or powers very often. The last player Broken City had praised had become King's Return's present guild leader. Hence, King's Return's members found it truly surprising that Broken City would praise Zero Wing. "Uncle Broken, aren't you thinking too highly of them? They've merely repelled upstarts like Heaven's Burial and Blackwater. Zero Wing is still 10 years too early to work alongside us, the handsome youth beside Broken City said, scoffing. The youth wore dark gray plate armor and wielded a one-handed axe engraved with beautiful runes in his right hand while holding a tower shield made of scales in his left. Ocean, Uncle Broken must have his reasons for saying that. While not all of Zero Wing's team members have monstrous basic attributes, the team's overall strength is considerable. After entering the Primordial Divine Ruin, Zero Wing would make a good choice as a partner, Praying Lotus, who was garbed in a set of white, sacred robes, said as she shook her head. She didn't particularly approve of Wild Ocean's opinion. Although Wild Ocean had recently received a promotion, becoming one of King's Return's adjudicators, and was one of the guild's few Tier 2 players, his thinking was shallow. Like Broken City, Praying Lotus felt they shouldn't underestimate Zero Wing's strength. Throughout the battle, she hadn't seen Sherfong take action at all. This proved that Zero Wing was still holding back and was far from being as simple as everyone believed. Zero Wing is only good in PvP. We're going to face an endless number of monsters and various traps in the Primordial Divine Ruin. Just clearing the 3rd floor would be a huge problem, let alone reaching the 5th floor. Aside from us superpowers, no team has cleared the ruin's 3rd floor. You should also know that you can't rely on powerful attributes alone to clear the 3rd floor. We'll talk about cooperation after they reach the 4th floor. Wild Ocean snorted, thinking that both Broken City and Praying Lotus's opinions of Zero Wing were too generous. Wild Ocean wasn't the only person with that opinion. King's Return's other experts agreed with Wild Ocean's thoughts. If they partnered with Zero Wing, they would have to share half their slots to enter the 5th floor. What kind of guild was Zero Wing? What kind of guild was King's Return? Did Zero Wing even qualify to share half of their slots? As time passed, the struggle in the teleportation zone intensified. More powers were also joining the fight in the teleportation zone. Now, even the various powers that had hesitated to provoke Zero Wing had decided to give it a try. The struggle for the entry slots lasted for over half an hour. This time, the struggle's intensity was unprecedented. Players' corpses littered the teleportation zone. In the end, the various superpowers still took the majority of the entry slots, while the alliance of first-rate guilds and the alliance of top adventure teams only claimed a small portion. Among the various powers that had participated in the struggle, Zero Wing's performance was the most extraordinary. Despite Zero Wing starting the fight with less than 2,000 members, they still had over 1,200 members inside the teleportation zone by the time the struggle ended. The guild had claimed nearly 1/10 of the available entry slots, only slightly less than the various superpowers. Among the various superpowers, the Secret Pavilion had the best performance, securing exactly 2,000 slots. Although the Secret Pavilion was more than capable of gaining more than that, it had deliberately held back to avoid standing out. Every one of the other superpowers secured around 1,500 slots, which was slightly more than Zero Wing. This was also the reason why Zero Wing's performance shocked everyone. The various superpowers had started the fight with at least 6,000 members, yet Zero Wing had achieved a near similar result with less than 2,000 members. This battle record was a little terrifying. Crap. I thought that with Heaven's Burial and Blackwater out of the picture, we would get more slots. Why did we end up getting fewer slots than in previous raids? That's right. If I had known something like this would happen, I would have preferred for Heaven's Burial or Blackwater to win. The various first-rate guilds and adventure teams' upper echelons clicked their tongues in anger and jealousy as they looked at Zero Wing's members. It was common knowledge that teams would have a greater advantage in the ruin if they entered with more players. Now that Zero Wing could send over 1,200 members into the ruin, the guild might actually make it all the way to the 5th floor and enter the rumored Primordial City. While everyone else was shocked by Zero Wing's strength, Sherfone was ecstatic. Zero Wing had earned over 5,000 pieces of the current top-tier equipment in the struggle for entry slots. Although the majority was level 45 fine gold equipment, they were still valuable. In comparison, Zero Wing had suffered practically insignificant losses. Zero Wing had suffered 600+ casualties in the battle, with the majority of them being the White Tiger Dojo disciples. The disciples were only geared in standard level 50 elite equipment. They had also recovered some of the lost weapons and equipment. Hence, Zero Wing had made a fortune in this battle. When there were fewer than 15,000 players in the teleportation zone, a blue glow enveloped the area. The players inside the zone disappeared a moment later, leaving an empty plot of land behind. The members of the various major powers that remained inside the tower quickly spread the news of the battle's outcome. With the teleportation array's help, Zero Wing's surviving members instantly arrived at Dark Canyon. There were 3 shining, silver moons hanging in the sky. The visibility within the canyon was also very poor. At best, they could see 200 yards around them, and they couldn't sense any other creatures, which instilled a deep fear and insecurity. So, this is the Primordial Divine Ruins first floor. Aqua Rose muttered as she curiously surveyed her surroundings. With her physique as a Tier 2 player, she soon discovered the hidden threats around them. A group of skeleton undead hid at the top of the canyon, carrying heavy crossbows that could launch bolts with the power to rival Tier 2 skills. It was obvious that these skeletons had already locked onto their team and were ready to fire their crossbows at a moment's notice. Aside from the crossbow-wielding skeletons, Aqua Rose noticed a large number of ghosts flickering in and out of existence on the path ahead. The ghosts wandered around the bottom of the canyon, and even the weakest among them was a level 50 chieftain while the strongest were level 55 grand lords. If players accidentally provoked these monsters, the consequences would be unimaginable. As if they had long since familiarized themselves with this floor, the various superpowers teams quickly advanced on a predetermined path. As they advanced, the superpowers teams skillfully pushed away any ghosts they came across while dodging the heavy crossbow bolts. In comparison, the alliance formed by top adventurer teams quickly had their advance halted by powerful ghosts, their members peppered by the crossbow bolts from above the canyon. Damn it! Why is it so difficult? The various adventurer teams' upper echelons frowned at the first floor's difficulty. They were at a loss. Seeing this, the superpowers members shook their heads disapprovingly. The Primordial Divine Ruin was an extremely dangerous place, yet the various adventurer teams had believed that getting into the ruin was the most difficult part. The struggle in the teleportation zone was simply a prelude for what was to come. Before the adventurer team alliance could think of a plan, they noticed Zero Wing's members taking large strides towards the gateway to the next floor. Have they lost their minds? The various adventurer teams' upper echelons gaped as they watched Zero Wing fearlessly advance. Chapter 1656, Dauntless Zero Wing. Chapter 1656, Dauntless Zero Wing. The adventurer team alliance wasn't the only force confused by Zero Wing's sudden advance. The several superpowers' upper echelons and the first-rate guilds alliance also flashed Zero Wing incredulous looks. What's Zero Wing trying to do? Zero Wing's behavior confused everyone. The Dark Canyon's terrain was complex. Although there appeared to be many paths that would lead to the top of the canyon, only a few were actually viable. Moreover, timing was very important when traversing the various paths. A single mistake could easily be put an entire team in a dangerous situation. It wouldn't be surprising if the team were even eliminated. Although players would lose only 20% of their EXP and be sent back to the starting point when they died in the Primordial Divine Ruin, multiple deaths would significantly weaken a team and increase the raid's difficulty. For newcomers to the Primordial Divine Ruin, such as Zero Wing and the Adventurer Team Alliance, the safest way through the Dark Canyon was to follow the various superpowers, who were already familiar with the first floor's trial. Of course, tagging along didn't necessarily mean safety. Even if two teams took the same path, their timing wouldn't be the same. In this case, it would depend on the commander's abilities. Although, for the two superpowers that raided the ruin for the first time, this wouldn't be a problem. The force's leadership had a perfect grasp of their team's positioning and could minimize their losses as they followed the other superpowers. The Adventure Team Alliance's chain of command, however, was chaotic due to its multiple leaders. As a result, the Adventure Team Alliance suffered many casualties as it attempted to follow after a superpower. But the Alliance still fared better than if it pioneered a path of its own. Yet, Zero Wing did not even understand such a basic principle and had made a beeline for the top of the canyon. Moreover, Zero Wing's members moved with large strides, paying no attention to the monsters in their way, unlike the other teams who carefully and steadily advanced. Suddenly, Cola, Turtledove, Yi Wumian, and Violet Cloud rushed ahead of Zero Wing's team, charging onto the gravel path that contained a plethora of wandering ghosts. Meanwhile, the 15 MTs of the Magic Light Team's 15 MTs guarded the rear of the team, while the Conqueror parties split up and covered the sides. Ghost Knight, Undead, Chieftain. Level 50. HP 600000/60000000. Ghost Berserker, Undead, Lord. Level 52. HP 170000/17000000. Ghost General, Undead, Grand Lord. Level 55. HP 850000/85000000. As Cola and the others moved through the canyon, the wandering Ghost Knights and Ghost Berserkers quickly discovered their presence. Like hungry wolves that had just discovered meat, the ghosts surged towards the MT trio. Are they trying to get themselves killed? Are they really trying to grind the ghosts as if they were common monsters? Everyone was stupefied as they watched Cola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian attract more and more Ghost Knights and Ghost Berserkers. The Primordial Divine Ruin had an endless supply of monsters, and even if players killed these monsters, the awarded EXP and loot was insignificant compared to monsters outside of the ruin. Grinding these monsters simply wasn't worth the effort. Though, to the various powers present, it did not really matter even if a large number of Ghost Knights and Ghost Berserkers ganged up on them, as they were more than capable of defeating these monsters. Instead, the canyon's true danger came from the numerous skeletons stationed at its top. The bolts they fired from their heavy crossbows were as powerful as Tier 2 attacks. Even level 50, Tier 1 MTs would be forced to retreat by several steps and lose around 4000 HP if they blocked one of these bolts with their shields. If struck directly, they would be dead after 2 or 3 hits. Hence, it was important when selecting a path through the canyon to choose one with favorable terrain that could be used to block the crossbow attacks and lower the chances of encounter ghost generals. In the blink of an eye, over 500 Ghost Knights and dozens of Ghost Berserkers chased after Cola and the others. Moreover, the skeletons on both sides of the canyon had aimed and fired their crossbows at the MT trio. However, Cola and the others paid no attention to the countless incoming attacks and continued to advance mindlessly, attracting more monsters as they went. The commotion had even lured some of the wandering ghost generals. Good. Everyone, charge. Follow Cola's group. Shifeng revealed a smile when he saw the swarm of monsters charge at Cola and the others. At this stage of the game, nobody was more familiar with Primordial Divine Ruins than him. He knew that Primordial Divine Ruins were survival tests. Although it was the first time he had visited the Primordial Divine Ruin in the Orc Empire, every ruin had nearly the same tests. It had been common knowledge in his previous life that the Primordial Divine Ruin's first-floor trial would become more dangerous as teams spent more time here. Take the various superpowers, for example. Although they had familiarized themselves with the paths to the top of the canyon and hence, could limit the number of crossbow attacks that reached their teams, it was impossible to avoid casualties completely. In fact, the various superpowers teams were continuously lost members as they advanced right now. Moreover, as they approached closer to the top of the canyon, their casualty rates became more severe. To make matters worse, players that died and allowed the system to resurrect them would reappear at the starting point. Once they did, they'd have no way of catching up to their main force. As for having the team stop midway to resurrect the fallen, that would only end up causing the team to suffer even more casualties. Because of this, team members that died halfway through the canyon were as good as eliminated unless a team wipe occurred. The best way to challenge the first floor trial was to send a player in as bait and draw the enemy fire while the rest of the team followed behind. Doing so would greatly reduce the number of attacks the team received and was much safer than following one of the more protected routes. The only problem with this method was that the players acting as bait needed to be strong enough. The main force also had to maintain enough distance from the bait. If the main force got too close, they would pull the agitated monsters aggro. If the main force fell too far behind, the bait would have moved past the skeleton's attack range. Fortunately, this wasn't the first time Shifeng had employed this strategy. His grasp of his team's positioning was incredibly accurate. With Violet Cloud in the center, Cola's group pushed forward. As they faced numerous attacks, their HPs steadily decreased. Fortunately, the chieftain-ranked Ghost Knights and Lord-ranked Ghost Berserkers were not much of a threat. The true threat came from the Ghost Generals and the heavy crossbow attacks from both sides of the canyon, in particular. Currently, a swarm of Ghost Knights chased after Cola's group of 4, and although the situation looked dire, it worked in the group's favor as the Ghost Generals had a hard time reaching the players. Unfortunately, the same couldn't be said for the crossbow attacks. When Cola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian used their shields to block the incoming crossbow bolts, they'd stiffen slightly and lose around 1,500 HP. When the other powers noticed the damage Cola and his team received, they couldn't help their jealousy. Unlike Cola and the others, their MTs received over -4,000 damage even when they blocked the crossbow bolts successfully. This meant that the MT trio from Zero Wing could endure 3 times the attacks that their MTs could. However, they still ridiculed Zero Wing for its foolish leadership. If Cola and his companions had the support of a large number of healers, they'd be practically unkillable. Yet, Zero Wing actually let these 3 powerful MTs charge ahead on their own. It was a reckless waste of resources. With how the team utilized Cola and the others, it wouldn't matter if they could endure 2 or 3 more hits than other MTs. Sure enough, Cola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian's HPs began to decrease rapidly. In a short moment, they had lost more than 1/3 of their HPs. The various superpowers' upper echelons lamented the loss. The MT trio only had a single healer to support them, and it simply wasn't enough to keep the 3 players alive. But after another moment, the superpowers noticed something strange. Despite Cola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian's HPs having already fallen below the 25% mark, Violet Cloud hadn't prepared to cast any spells. What's going on? Isn't that girl a cleric? Or does she have some kind of grudge against those MTs? Everyone watched Violet Cloud in confusion. However, while the spectating crowd wondered about the young woman's hesitation, Cola took a look at his own HP bar. "Let's begin," Cola said. Rather than panicking, his voice contained a hint of excitement. Turtledove and the others then nodded in response. Following which, Cola shouted before releasing a blinding, golden glow. Suddenly, a golden pillar of light descended from the sky and enveloped Cola's group, illuminating the dark canyon. Suddenly, 4 golden barriers enveloped each member of the group. The move Cola just used was none other than the Tier 2 skill, Divine Shield, which Shifeng had obtained from the Boneless Land. When activated, the skill granted the Divine Shield buff, which lasted 30 seconds, to a maximum of 10 players. The buff decreased incoming damage from Tier 3 or below attacks by 50% and attacks above Tier 3 by 20%. The buff also increased attack speed and movement speed by 20% and healing effects received by 100%. Divine Shield was a very powerful skill, though it had a downside, a 1-hour cooldown. Violet Cloud also used the Tier 2 spell, Holy Prayer. The spell affected all allies within a 50-yard radius and granted them an hot buff that healed them based on Violet Cloud's mana. Moreover, players affected by Holy Prayer would receive a 20% damage reduction buff. The spell had a 1-minute duration and a 20-minute cooldown. Under the effects of these two skills, Kola's group members each recovered over 8,000 HP every second. The damage they received was reduced to a pitiful amount as well. This turn of events allowed Kola's group to advance with ease while the rest of Zero Wing's team followed behind. In less than a minute, Zero Wing's members had reached the top of the canyon. Chapter 1657, Continuous Clearance. Chapter 1657, Continuous Clearance. The sounds of battle had filled the dark canyon, but as Zero Wing's members reached the top, the various powers, which were still engaged in combat, fell silent. That's actually possible. For a moment, everyone was at a loss for words as they stared at Zero Wing's members. They had invested a ton of effort and made numerous sacrifices during their previous raids to locate the best route up the canyon, and they would still suffer before they reached the safe zone at its top. Yet, Zero Wing had run for the top of the canyon without sparing their surroundings a glance. Not only had the guild team succeeded, but they had only lost a few dozen players, which was practically negligible. Sure enough, Zero Wing is extraordinary, Praying Lotus muttered, her eyelashes fluttering as she watched Shifeng, the commander of Zero Wing's team. No other guild would dare to be so bold. The two skills Kola's group had used were particularly powerful. Although they were not invulnerability skills, the combined effect had nullified the threat from both the ghosts and the heavy crossbows. They only got through thanks to powerful attributes and skills, Wild Ocean said, clicking his tongue. The next floors will be even more difficult, and basic attributes will become less important. If they try to pull another stunt like that, they'll get themselves killed. Emicham. Praying Lotus did not rebuke Wild Ocean's words this time. After all, what the Shield Warrior youth had said was true. As players delved deeper into the Primordial Divine Ruin, the trials they faced would become more difficult. They would also encounter more and different traps. Rather than simply relying on raw power, players would have to rely on their technical abilities in the lower floors. The brute force method Zero Wing had used was only viable on the first floor. It wouldn't be possible to clear the following floors with the same method. Correspondingly, though, players would have higher chances of encountering opportunities and treasure the further they explored. There was practically nothing noteworthy in the ruin's first underground floor. One would be extremely lucky if they even came across a bronze treasure chest. Although players could also find combat techniques on the first underground floor, the chances of that were extremely slim. If one wanted better loot, they'd have to reach the Primordial Divine Ruin's third underground floor. Only the third floor and down offered level 50 plus top-tier equipment. At the same time, the chances of finding combat techniques and other treasures also increased. Shifeng didn't hurry towards through the ruin after reaching the top of the canyon. Instead, he had everyone rest in the safe zone. Players' stamina and concentration consumption were far more severe in the Primordial Divine Ruin than outside of it. If they did not rest, they might fail trials that should be passable. Meanwhile, the only places in which players could rest in the Primordial Divine Ruin were the system-established safe zones. Traps and monsters were present everywhere else, and if they relaxed, even for a moment, in these locations, they'd swiftly lose their lives. After Zero Wing's members had rested for some time, the various superpowers teams began to arrive in the safe zone, one after another. However, unlike Zero Wing, the various superpowers only had around 80% of the 1,500 plus members they had entered the ruin with. The rest of their players had to wait for the system to resurrect them, forming teams with other players to search for opportunities and treasure on the first floor. After everyone rested, they proceeded towards the second underground floor. The second floor contained a primal forest. Visibility here was even worse than in the first floor's dark canyon. Even Tier 2 players could only see up to 80 yards away. As players traversed the forest, they were bombarded by all kinds of spell attacks from out of nowhere from time to time. These spells packed a punch, and even Tier 2 MTs only survived after 3 or 4 direct hits. Tier 1 MTs were lucky to survive even 2 hits. If players wished to reach the next safe zone alive, they would have to rely on their individual reaction speed and decision-making. They'd have to dodge or block an attack instantly when targeted. Only by doing so would the healers have a chance of healing them. All the heals in the world wouldn't save them if a spell struck them directly. The ruin's second floor was also much larger than the first, a testament to the Primordial Divine Ruin's unique nature. As teams progressed, they'd encounter larger maps, forcing players to travel greater distances and face more danger. Shifeng didn't have any special strategy to get through the second floor's trial. He could only send in the Magic Light team and Conqueror parties to tank as many hits as possible, limiting the number of casualties the team suffered. Overall, Zero Wing didn't fare nearly as well as the various superpowers. Upon reaching the third underground floor, the increased difficulty was particularly evident. The necessary method to clear the third floor wasn't like the first two. The various attacks and traps players had to face had also changed. Now, players had to collect a sufficient number of teleportation stones to proceed to the fourth floor. Each teleportation stone could only transport 100 players, and only the third floor's Grand Lord ranked monsters would drop them. One could just imagine how difficult it would be to kill a Grand Lord ranked boss in such a dangerous environment. It's no wonder why only the various superpowers have only gotten through the third floor thus far, leaving the first-rate guild's alliance behind. As Shifeng stood at the third floor's starting point and observed the barren wasteland before him, he could not help but frown. Thunderclouds covered the sky above the plain as far as he could see. Lightning frequently descended, decorating the ground with scorch marks. Not only did the lightning strikes contain a lot of power, but they were also extremely fast, significantly faster than normal spell attacks. When facing a normal spell attack, expert players could dodge or block as long as the spell was cast from a certain distance, but the lightning strikes from above were incredibly fast. This trial's difficulty increase was tremendous. Furthermore, players had to kill level 55 Grand Lords. However, the various superpowers teams, which had just arrived, reacted as if they didn't see the lightning bombarding the plain. They quickly split into 2 groups, leaving one behind in the safe zone while the other boldly strode into the barren wasteland in search of Grand Lord-ranked thunder beasts and thunder elementals. Lightning continued to descend from the sky, but the superpowers members swiftly maneuvered around the strikes. Aside from a few unlucky players, who had been targeted by multiple lightning strikes, most were able to dodge the natural attacks. Even if they failed to dodge in time, their team's healers would quickly restore their lost HP. In contrast, the first-rate guilds and adventurer teams were unsure of how to continue. If they only had to dodge the lightning strikes, most of their members would be successful, but with the addition of monsters, chaos would ensue. They'd either fall to the lightning, or the monsters would slaughter them. So what if they got a lot of players this far? They still won't clear the third floor. Wild Ocean could not help but flash Zero Wing's team, which still occupied the starting point, a ridiculing smirk. Players' basic attributes were no longer the key to clearing the trial once they reached the third underground floor. Here, individual combat standards held greater importance. If a team couldn't defeat the Grand Lord-ranked bosses while being showered by lightning strikes, it would venture no further in the Primordial Divine Ruin. Guild Leader, the lightning strikes attack rate and numbers are too high. I'm afraid that no more than 50 of our members will be able to fight while dodging the strikes. Should we grind the bosses for teleportation stones with just a 50-man team? Although it will slow us down, we shouldn't have a problem collecting the necessary teleportation stones, Aqua Rose suggested. If any other guild, excluding the superpowers, encountered such a situation, they'd likely be stuck here. Even Zero Wing only had a few experts who could fight in this lightning zone. Not even the Conqueror's armor's battle arrays would be very effective. Meanwhile, trying to raid Grand Lords with so few experts was impossible. This was also why the various first-rate guilds, which had reached the ruins' third underground floor previously, had never cleared it. However, Zero Wing was different. Its team had over 10 Tier 2 players and shouldn't have a problem forming a 50-man raid team that could dodge the lightning while fighting the bosses. Unfortunately, raiding level 55 Grand Lords with only 50 members would take a lot of time, more time than the various superpowers raid teams, which had around 300 members each. No need, we'll all go together. Shifeng said, smiling as he shook his head. Everyone. For a moment, Aqua Rose thought she had misheard Shifeng. Relax. If this were any other trap, we might not have a way to deal with it, but if we only have to deal with lightning, we won't have to worry, Shifeng said. He then took a thick, ancient tome from his bag. This item was none other than the ancient weather book. Chapter 1658, Might of the Ancient Book. Chapter 1658, Might of the Ancient Book. Across the vast wasteland, the various superpowers hunted bosses with organized precision. Meanwhile, the first-rate guilds and top adventurer teams could only watch from within the safe zone. Although these teams had a few experts who could dodge the lightning strikes, players who could dodge while fighting a Grand Lord were as rare as a phoenix's feather. A level 55 Grand Lord was already an extremely difficult foe, and teams lost players even during a normal raid. Hence, trying to raid one while severely handicapped would simply be suicidal. To compensate for their lack of numbers, the various first-rate guilds and top adventurer teams had tried to pool their experts to raid the bosses. However, despite multiple attempts, they had failed. Although the alliance of the various first-rate guilds and adventurer teams had formed allowed them to build a raid team with sufficient manpower, the environment favored the Grand Lord-ranked Thunder Elementals and Thunder Beasts. The third floor's environment enhanced all lightning-type skills and spells by 30%. Cloth armor classes, which had low HP and defense, would likely die instantly if they failed to dodge the Thunder Elementals or Thunder Beasts skills. Zero mistakes were allowed in battle. However, players would be hard-pressed to avoid mistakes while constantly bombarded with lightning. In the end, the Alliance team wiped after losing so many members midway through the battle. As the first-rate guilds and top adventurer teams rested, Shifeng led his entire team into the lightning zone. It was as if he had missed their tragic downfall after fighting in the wasteland. They're going all together. Have Zero Wing's members lost their minds? What are they trying to do? Even if a single death only costs 20% EXP, do they have to be so reckless? When the members of the various first-rate guilds and adventurer teams saw Zero Wing head into the plains, they thought that Zero Wing's members had gone mad. In this lightning wasteland, a player's basic attributes didn't matter as much as on the previous floors. Here, combat standards were far more important. Even if a team charged into the lightning wasteland with 1,000 members, each member would suffer the same number of lightning strikes. In fact, the players would have a higher chance of being struck. This was because players would have less space to maneuver in a larger group. Moreover, if players were not careful when they dodged, they'd likely avoid their own lightning strike only to get hit by their neighbors. The various powers weren't the only ones confused by Shifeng's ludicrous decision. Even Zero Wing's members were confused. They had seen how the experts from the various first-rate guilds and top adventurer teams had ended up after fighting in the wasteland. They also knew that those expert standards were much stronger than theirs. If they rushed into the plains, they'd doubtlessly suffer a similar fate. As Zero Wing's members approached the safe zone's boundary and were about to enter the lightning zone, they couldn't help their growing nerves. Why are they here? Wild Ocean, who currently fought within the zone, was surprised to notice Zero Wing's team enter the lightning wasteland. Are they that tired of living? Zero Wing's team had over 1,000 members, and if it tried to enter the zone with so many players, the number of lightning strikes that would descend on the team would be staggering. Not even superpowers like King's Return would pull such a stunt. Could Zero Wing be experimenting and trying to see how many of its members can survive a battle in the lightning zone? Praying Lotus, who was casting a healing spell, was just as stunned to see Zero Wing's advance. As the various superpowers members wondered, one player from Zero Wing after another stepped into the zone. Watching 1,000+ players set foot into the lightning wasteland was extraordinarily eye-catching. Almost everyone kept a curious eye on Zero Wing's team, wondering how it planned to deal with the countless lightning strikes that would fall upon them. 3 seconds passed. 5 seconds passed. 10 seconds. However, not a single strike of lightning fell on Zero Wing's team. Every member on the team was alive and kicking, and they had an easy time defeating the multiple chieftain-ranked thunder elementals and thunder beasts that had charged at them. Where is the lightning? Why do those chieftain-ranked thunder elementals and thunder beasts seem weaker than the ones we're fighting? The watching players were stunned as they sent Zero Wing's team sidelong glances. They could not understand what was going on. Where were the lightning strikes that were supposed to descend? Could the lightning strikes have stopped because they have more people? Purple Jade was greatly confused as she watched Zero Wing's members. The lightning was the most troublesome aspect about the Primordial Divine Ruins' third underground floor. Without the lightning strikes, the third floor's trial would just be a simple series of Grand Lord raids. If that were the case, the various superpowers could easily clear the floor. That's not possible. Other teams have dispatched even more players than Zero Wing in past raids, but this has never happened, Yuan Tiexin said, shaking his head. He, too, wore a confused look. Even Zero Wing's players were confused. Only Aqua Rose knew that this was Shifeng's doing. It seems this thing is quite effective. Shifeng smiled at the ancient weather book in his hands. The ancient weather book could change the weather in a 2,000-yard radius for 2 hours. Removing the thunderclouds in a specific area was a small task for the item. Without the lightning strikes, the third floor's trial posed no threat to his team members. Very quickly, Zero Wing's team located a level 55 Grand Lord ranked Thunder Beast. Great Thunder Wolf, Thunder Beast, Grand Lord. Level 55. HP 880000/88000000. Now, the boss, which had given the various superpowers painful headaches, was an ordinary Grand Lord to Zero Wing. With Cola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian taking the lead, and the Magic Light Team's MTs tanking the nearby mobs, the rest of the team could focus on dealing damage. Moreover, without the lightning environment's boost, the Great Thunder Wolf's attacks were little more than tickles to Cola and his fellow MTs. The Grand Lord's normal attacks only dealt around -8,000 damage, while its skill attacks only dealt around -20,000. Even without Turtledove and Yi Wumian's assistance, Cola could easily tank the Great Thunder Wolf. The other players launched frenzied attacks at the Great Thunder Wolf, each dealing several thousand damage. As the team fought, the Grand Lord's HP visibly decreased. Naturally, this made the various superpowers jealous. The Primordial Divine Ruins bosses weren't like field bosses. Their attributes wouldn't change, regardless of how many players raided them at one time. This meant that the more members a raid team possessed, the greater the team's advantage would be. Zero Wing's team had over 1,000 members, which was more than triple what the other teams possessed. Moreover, Zero Wing's members did not have to worry about avoiding lightning strikes. In less than 5 minutes, the Great Thunder Wolf fell before Zero Wing's members. Everyone on the team also gained a significant amount of EXP. Moreover, the Great Thunder Wolf had dropped 8 items in total thanks to Shifeng's divine providence. Although this didn't seem like much, it was above average for Grand Lords above level 50. When the various superpowers had killed their respective Grand Lords, they only got 5 items. Meanwhile, upon seeing the Great Thunder Wolf's loot, Shifeng had to admit that the Primordial Divine Ruins bosses were far more generous than the bosses in Team Dungeons. Out of the 8 items dropped, 1 was a teleportation stone, and 5 were level 50 weapons and pieces of equipment, 3 of which were fine gold rank and 2 were secret silver rank. The last 2 items were pages of incomplete combat techniques. An advanced combat technique? Shifeng was ecstatic the moment he saw the 2 sheets of lambskin parchment. Basic combat techniques would drop as complete items in the Primordial Divine Ruin, but advanced combat techniques and above would appear as pages. Players would have to gather every page to learn the combat technique. Excited, Shifeng immediately inspected the 2 parchment sheets. Chapter 1659, Top-Tier Advanced Combat Technique. Chapter 1659, Top-Tier Advanced Combat Technique. As Shifeng inspected the incomplete pages, his eyes shone with excitement. Lightning Flash. This dilapidated page belongs to a book that depicts a secret attack technique, which has been passed down since ancient times. Only after gathering all incomplete pages can you read the complete book's content. There are a total of 13 pages. This leaflet is the 3rd page. Lightning Flash. This dilapidated page belongs to a book that depicts a secret attack technique, which has been passed down since ancient times. Only after gathering all incomplete pages can you read the complete book's content. There are a total of 13 pages. This leaflet is the 6th page. Most of the combat techniques that dropped in the Primordial Divine Ruin were basic combat techniques, and most of them dropped as the complete versions. Although some basic combat techniques dropped as incomplete pages, those were the extreme minority. Normally, only advanced rank or higher combat techniques would drop as individual pages. However, there were differences between advanced combat techniques and those of other ranks. Not only could players in God's domain improve their foundations by learning combat techniques, but they could also learn ways to exhibit their strength more efficiently, thereby raising their overall combat power. Some combat techniques even granted players the power to challenge foes of higher levels. A basic combat technique might not help half-step Refinement Realm experts fight Refinement Realm experts, but an ordinary advanced combat technique could. This was also why the various super guilds and super first-rate guilds were so desperate to compete for slots to enter the Primordial Divine Ruin. Meanwhile, an advanced combat technique's strength could be determined by the number of pages it possessed. An ordinary advanced combat technique would only include 6 to 8 pages, a first-rate advanced combat technique would possess 9 to 12 pages, and a top-tier advanced combat technique would possess 13 to 15 pages. An ordinary advanced combat technique could only help a half-step Refinement Realm expert qualify to fight a Refinement Realm expert. Meanwhile, a first-rate advanced combat technique allowed Refinement Realm experts to face Flowing Water Realm experts. As for top-tier advanced combat techniques, if Flowing Water Realm experts learned one, they could even pose as a threat to Void Realm experts. Even throughout God's domain, Void Realm experts were extremely rare. Yet, with a top-tier advanced combat technique, a Flowing Water Realm expert could stand against Void Realm experts. One could just imagine how valuable such a combat technique was. There was no doubt that Lightning Flash was a top-tier advanced combat technique. Shifeng had never expected to get lucky enough to find a top-tier advanced combat techniques pages, and moreover, it was an attack-type technique. Zero Wing didn't actually have any of these. If it were possible to collect the complete Lightning Flash secret technique, it would certainly help the guild's experts. Learning the technique would likely offer more benefits than the Conqueror's armor. The Conqueror's armor only gave its wearer the power to face Refinement Realm experts temporarily, and after all was said and done, it was only a piece of level 50 equipment. Once players leveled up, the equipment would be useless. It could not truly become part of a player's strength. An advanced combat technique was different. Once players learned it, they could put it to good use regardless of their level. It would also offer significant help when players challenged their promotion quests. Moreover, a complete advanced combat technique was different from secret technique tablets. Although the combat techniques one could learn from a secret technique were more powerful than advanced combat techniques, very few players could learn them. It was impossible to share those techniques with a significant number of players. However, a complete advanced combat technique took the form of a book. He could store the book in the guild warehouse, and guild members could read it as they wished. Setting aside whether or not players could actually learn the technique successfully, at the very least, everyone would have the opportunity to learn. In the past, the reason that experts from the various superpowers had an easier time with their promotion quests, rising through the tiers, than experts from first-rate guilds and below wasn't just better weapons and equipment. Rather, it was because their access to combat techniques was superior in both quantity and quality. Thinking up to this point, Sherfone led his team in search of another boss rather than resting. The ancient weather book only had a 2-hour duration, whereas it had a 10-hour cooldown. He might be able to wait for such a long time, but the Primordial City would not wait for him. Who knew if the Primordial City had an entry limit? If there wasn't one, they might be alright, but if there were, he and Zero Wings members would lose their chance to enter the legendary city if they were too late. Hence, he had to cherish every second and minute of these 2 hours. Zero Wings members continued to hunt one Grand Lord ranked Thunder Elemental or Beast after another. When the team encountered a Grand Lord in the barren wasteland, they'd pounce like a pack of hungry wolves. They behaved nothing like the players from the various superpowers, who returned to rest in the starting area after slaying 1 or 2 bosses. The various superpowers grew envious at seeing this. Without the threat from the lightning strikes, Zero Wing could casually slaughter these ready-made Grand Lords. Not only were the team members able to earn an abundance of EXP, but they also secured plenty of top-tier equipment. The Primordial Divine Ruins' third underground floor had practically become a sacred leveling spot for Zero Wing. How is this possible? King's Return's Wild Ocean was at a loss as he watched the scene before him. He had assumed that Zero Wing would be stuck on the 3rd floor, yet based its pace, it'd likely be the first team to reach the 4th underground floor. Uncle Broken, should we contact them? Praying Lotus whispered to Broken City, who stood beside her. Thus far, the various superpowers had only reached the 4th floor. Not one of their teams had made it to the 5th yet. The 4th floor was simply too difficult, and there was no comparing it with the 3rd floor. With the current strength of King's Return's team, it could not clear the 4th floor alone. If King's Return wished to reach the 5th floor, it would have to ally with another team. However, doing so would leave the team fewer entry slots to the 5th floor. No. It is too soon. We'll send them an invite once they experience the 4th floor's wall, Broken City said, smiling as he shook his head. The 3rd floor's trial was child's play compared to the 4th floor. Not only did players have to face all sorts of attacks, but the Guardian boss was also a bona fide level 58 Grand Lord ranked archaic species. Even now, not a single superpower had dealt any damage to the Guardian boss. Although King's Return had prepared thoroughly this time, they had no more than a 30% chance of defeating the Grand Lord. Needless to say, Zero Wing's chances were even lower. While the various powers grinded bosses on the Primordial Divine Ruins' 3rd underground floor, news of Zero Wing's team completing the 3rd floor's trial quickly spread among the participating teams. The various large guilds and top adventurer teams from the kingdoms and empire neighboring the Orc Empire, in particular, had to reevaluate their opinions of the guild. The various superpowers had, thus far, monopolized the Primordial Divine Ruins' 4th floor. The fact that Zero Wing had reached that floor proved that it could nearly rival those superpowers in terms of top-tier experts. At the very least, Zero Wing was definitely superior to first-rate guilds and top adventurer teams in this regard. However, a deathly silence had fallen over the meeting room within Heaven's Burial's ancient Rock City residence due to this latest information. Nobody could have imagined that, in one short day, Heaven's Burial would lose the massive advantage it had cultivated. And it was all due to Zero Wing. First, Zero Wing had shattered ancient Rock City's defensive magic arrays. Then, the guild had plundered their entry slots for the primordial divine ruin. Now, Zero Wing was about to set foot on the ruin's fourth underground floor. Zero Wing. Singular Burial's expression twisted as he read the latest report. Heaven's Burial's reputation was in tatters. If they did not figure out a way to deal with this problem now, the guild would likely have a rocky path ahead even if they held on to ancient Rock City. Singular Burial spun towards Flame Blood, who sat beside him wrapped in bandages, and growled, "Flame, didn't you say that Beast Emperor needs the souls of 400,000 elite players to display his full strength in Starmoon Kingdom? Go, tell him that I will fulfill that request. Guild leader, are you planning on giving up on Starmoon Kingdom entirely?" Flame Blood could not help his surprise. Beast Emperor's request was no laughing matter. It was both the last and worst option Heaven's Burial had. That's right. Since we can't have Starmoon Kingdom, what's the point in leaving it alive? Singular Burial nodded, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. Although he did not want to admit it, he had to acknowledge the fact that Heaven's Burial had lost the struggle for Starmoon Kingdom. Regardless of whether or not they defended ancient Rock City, the necessary funds to repair it was still a problem. They also had to pay plenty in bounty claims each day. If they continued the battle with Zero Wing, it would only be a matter of time before the guild was finished, even if Heaven's Burial had the support of major corporations. If he wanted Heaven's Burial to survive, he had to give up on Starmoon Kingdom. I understand. I'll contact Beast Emperor right away. Seeing how serious Singular Burial was, Flame Blood inwardly lamented the fact that the man had become like this. He never thought that a guild like Zero Wing could actually corner Singular Burial, a genius, to this extent. Of the many years he had followed Singular Burial, this was the first time something like this had ever happened. Chapter 1660, Lightning Flash Secret Technique. Chapter 1660, Lightning Flash Secret Technique. In a certain mountain range covered with dense forests, countless powerful monsters roamed about the area. Every monster here was above level 100, and quite a few were mythic rank. However, none of these monsters dared to approach the forest in the mountain range's inner regions. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the forest's entrance. It was none other than Flame Blood. When Flame Blood appeared, several massive, humanoid creatures appeared around him, each radiating the terrifying aura only Tier 4 mythic monsters had. Amazing. After not seeing him for some time, he's already developed to this point. Flame Blood was stunned when he noticed the 6 mythic-ranked evil demons around him. Mythic-ranked evil demons. Evil demons were far more difficult to nurture than evil beasts. Previously, Beast Emperor had only been able to nurture a Grand Lord-ranked evil demon. Although Grand Lord-ranked evil demons were very powerful, they were not invincible. If numerous experts worked together, they'd still be able to kill one. However, it was a different story for mythic-ranked evil demons. At this stage of the game, mythic monsters were insurmountable, even to the various superpowers. Otherwise, the level 50 super large-scale team dungeon in God's domain would not stand empty. Moreover, evil demons commanded superior intellect and could exhibit greater combat power than evil beasts. Most importantly, they could be summoned at any time, unlike evil beasts, which could only move from location to location of their own power. Now that Beast Emperor commanded mythic-ranked evil demons, he had the equivalent of mythic-ranked bodyguards at all times. Having mythic-ranked evil demons would undoubtedly increase the safety and survivability of controllers like Beast Emperor by a significant margin. He would no longer have to hide when attacking and could control his armies more efficiently. After seeing these mythic-ranked evil demons, Flame Blood's desire to obtain his own grew. Being a member of the evil god's temple, every race on the continent of God's domain hunted him constantly. Surviving in the game had become exceedingly difficult. Moreover, if players or NPCs captured him and sent him to the war god's temple, his character would be sentenced to death in the truest sense, and he'd be forced to start all over again. Hence, he needed to be careful when he moved about and rarely appear before other players. If he had his own mythic-ranked evil demons, though, he wouldn't have to worry about capture unless he encountered a Tier 5 NPC. Fortunately, Tier 5 NPCs were apex powerhouses in God's domain, and they weren't so easy to encounter. Normally, the strongest NPCs players would meet were Tier 4. After the evil demons had a chance to observe Flame Blood for a moment, they retreated back into the forest. Flame Blood then strode into the forest himself. There was a massive crater within the heart of the forest. The crater radiated an evil energy so dense that even an evil god apostle like him gasped as it washed over him. If an ordinary player bathed in this dense evil energy, it would likely corrupt them instantly. This crater was none other than the home of Star Moon Kingdom's evil god's temple. As long as players were within range of the temple, its energy would cut off their communication with the outside world. They would not be able to send or receive messages. Flame Blood. A middle-aged man covered in pitch-black ruins sat in the severely dilapidated temple. When he noticed Flame Blood enter the temple, he sent the cleric a glance and asked, "Why are you here? Weren't you controlling your evil demon army to protect ancient Rock City?" Although the man before Flame Blood hadn't expressed any emotion, speaking only in a calm tone, Flame Blood's heart palpitated in fear. This wasn't just because Beast Emperor was one of the evil god's temple's evil god envoys, but also because of the horrific evil energy that lingered around him. The man was far more frightening than the last time Flame Blood had seen Beast Emperor. The evil energy Beast Emperor radiated was no weaker than the evil energy the temple itself radiated. This man's evil energy would likely kill ordinary players before they could approach him. Moreover, as Flame Blood looked at Beast Emperor, he could not help but feel as if he stared at a ferocious beast that had just woken from a long slumber. "My guild leader sent me," Flame Blood said after stealing his mind. "Didn't you say that you needed 400,000 souls from elite players? My guild leader says he can give them to you." "He's finally made up his mind?" Beast Emperor asked, chuckling. "Then, return and tell him this, the day he has the players ready will be the day Zero Wing perishes." Although he was quite powerful and could easily hunt down players for their souls, the immortal souls he needed had to come from willing players. Unfortunately, he was still short 400,000 elite players even after exhausting his means. Otherwise, he would have handed Star Moon Kingdom to the evil god's temple a while ago. Flame Blood nodded in response. He had no doubt regarding Beast Emperor's claim. Others might not know the power Beast Emperor wielded after the evil god's temple had activated, but as a member, Flame Blood knew it very well. Meanwhile, back in the Primordial Divine Ruins' third underground floor, quite some time had passed since the various superpowers had departed for the fourth floor. Only the first-rate guilds and top adventurer teams, which couldn't defeat the bosses, and Zero Wing's team, which still hunted Grand Lord-ranked thunder beasts and elementals, remained on the third floor. Crap. Just how many Grand Lords must Zero Wing's members kill before they are satisfied? They might be grinding for level 50 top-tier equipment on this floor. After all, opportunities like this don't come often. With how many Grand Lords they've already killed, they should have more than enough teleportation stones. I wonder if they'd be willing to share some with us. Don't even think about it. First, the Primordial City will definitely have an entry limit. It's only natural to let as few players as possible reach the 4th and 5th floors. Moreover, the teleportation stones are bound to players of the same team and can only be passed around between players on the same team. The stones can also only be used on team members. If the team's member count suddenly increases, the teleportation stones they've collected thus far will become useless. That makes it even less likely that they'd be willing to help us. The various first-rate guilds and top adventurer teams couldn't help but envy Zero Wing's battling members as they searched for treasures on the third floor. When they saw the teleportation stones scattered across the ground, their eyes became bloodshot. Despite all of their effort, they hadn't obtained a single teleportation stone, yet Zero Wing's team didn't even bother to pick up the stones that had dropped. Meanwhile, Shifeng activated Divine Providence as they killed another level 55 Grand Lord ranked Thunder Beast. After he collected the loot and inspected it, his brows lifted in joyful surprise. Wonderful! With this, I finally have everything I need. Shifeng could not help his excitement as he gazed at the last page of Lightning Flash. They had raided bosses for nearly 2 hours now. They had even begun to lure 2 or 3 Grand Lords, raiding them at once, midway through their journey. Fortunately, they had collected all 13 unique pages for the Lightning Flash secret technique before the ancient weather book's weather control ran out. System, you have collected all pages for Lightning Flash. Do you wish to synthesize the complete version of it? Synthesizing the complete version will require 1,000 magic crystals. 1,000 crystals? Why so many? Shifeng was confused after reading the system notification. Normally, synthesizing an advanced combat technique only required between 50 and 100 magic crystals, depending on the number of pages the technique possessed. Yet, the combat technique in his hands required 1,000 magic crystals. The system was clearly trying to swindle him. I want to see what kind of combat technique you're going to give me. Shifeng couldn't care less about the cost, however, paying the 1,000 magic crystals without hesitation. After all the trouble he had gone through to collect the pages, he wasn't going to leave them to rot just because the system wanted to rob him. Fortunately, there wasn't much of a difference between 100 magic crystals and 1,000 to Shifeng. Suddenly, with Shifeng at its center, a pitch-black magic array appeared beneath his feet. A powerful stream of mana surged upward from the array, and ignoring the ancient weather book's effects, thunderclouds gathered above, blocking out the sun above Shifeng. Massive lightning bolts then descended from the clouds, striking the 13 incomplete pages that hovered above Shifeng's head. After hundreds of thundering booms echoed throughout the 3rd floor, a thick, ancient tome hovered before Shifeng. Faint arcs of blue electricity danced around the tome. Chapter 1661, Bronze Combat Technique. Chapter 1661, Bronze Combat Technique. The hundreds of lightning bolts suddenly flashing in the vast wasteland immediately drew the attention of every player on the Primordial Divine Ruins' 3rd underground floor. Compared to the normal lightning strikes, not only were the ones just now much more powerful, but the number and rate at which they appeared were also much higher than before. The resulting thunder also echoed throughout the entire wasteland, hurting everyone's eardrums. What's going on over there? Why did so many lightning bolts suddenly strike Zero Wing? Everyone on the 3rd floor turned towards Zero Wing's location at practically the same time, their hearts bursting with curiosity. Previously, none of the lightning strikes had hit anywhere near Zero Wing. Yet, now, Zero Wing received a violent bombardment. Most likely, even a great lord of the same level would be reduced to ashes after eating so many powerful lightning bolts. What's that? A book? Could some kind of treasure have dropped? Some of the players nearby quickly noticed the ancient tome hovering before Shifeng. Although they could not make out what kind of item the ancient tome was, judging by the huge commotion that heralded its appearance, they could easily guess that it was something extraordinary. The various first-rate guilds and top adventurer teams present revealed looks of envy and greed. As far as they knew, no fine gold or dark gold item would create such a huge commotion when it appeared. Hence, the tome should be epic rank at the very least. An epic item. At this stage of the game, although powerful guilds like first-rate guilds would already have around a dozen or so epic items in their possession, to the masses, epic items were still exceedingly rare. However, everyone also understood that stealing the tome from Zero Wing was impossible. Setting aside how powerful Zero Wing's team was, even reaching Zero Wing's location would be a massive challenge for them. What a powerful aura! Shifeng was indescribably shocked as he looked at the ancient tome in the air before him. He had seen the synthesis of many advanced combat technique tomes before. However, none of them had ever caused such a huge commotion. Moreover, even after the lightning flash tome completed its synthesis, it still radiated a faint aura that attracted mana to it, a situation that Shifeng had never encountered before. For a moment, he found it somewhat incredible that the book before him was a combat technique tome. Guild leader, what is that item? Is it an epic tool? Aqua Rose could not help but ask curiously. The other members of the team also held great curiosity about the lightning flash secret technique. Immediately, they pricked their ears up in hopes of catching wind of the tome's identity. As for the item's attribute panel, they held no expectations of catching a glimpse of it. Nowadays, Zero Wing was rife with spies of other guilds. Meanwhile, in regard to the epic items the guild possessed, they were generally considered a secret. After all, epic items served as the foundation of a guild. If used at a critical moment, they could achieve miraculous effects. Naturally, the guild wouldn't reveal such an important secret unless necessary. Hence, the members of the team did not hope to find out the exact details of the tome. They only wished to know what kind of item it was. No. Shifeng shook his head. Smiling, he said, "This is a combat technique." A combat technique? Aqua Rose could not help but narrow her eyes at Shifeng skeptically. She suspected that Shifeng was simply messing around with her. What kind of combat technique could cause such a huge commotion? Even a secret technique tablet would not create such a commotion when it dropped. Shifeng's words stunned everyone. Although they refused to believe Shifeng, they all knew what kind of personality he had. He would never lie about something like this. Moreover, if he did not wish for them to know what the tome was, he could simply say that it was a guild secret. In that case, they naturally would not pursue the matter. Yet, everyone also found it unbelievable that a combat technique could cause such a huge commotion. Of course. Moreover, it isn't just any ordinary combat technique, Shifeng said, a hint of excitement in his voice. This is a bronze combat technique with a complete legacy. Advanced combat techniques was something that countless expert players wished to learn. Even the various superpowers only possessed a few. In the past, advanced combat techniques had also been the strongest combat techniques Shifeng knew of. However, after finding out about secret technique tablets, in addition to the relevant information Phoenix Rain had provided him, he discovered the existence of combat techniques that were even stronger than advanced combat techniques, bronze combat techniques. Normally, secret technique tablets were the only source of bronze combat techniques. Meanwhile, the power one could exhibit using such a technique was beyond imagination. Even Void Realm experts would have difficulty coping against a bronze combat technique. Shifeng had never expected to obtain a bronze combat technique on the third floor of the Primordial Divine Ruin. Compared to a bronze tablet, a tome that recorded a complete bronze legacy technique was undoubtedly much better. Although a bronze tablet contained numerous bronze combat techniques, only 10 players could enter a bronze tablet each month, which meant that the guild could use it to nurture a mere handful of players. However, a combat technique tome did not possess such a restriction. As long as he willed it, he could let however many players learn from it as he wished. A bronze combat technique? Most of the Zero Wing members present revealed looks of confusion when they heard Shifeng's words. They did not understand what a bronze combat technique was at all. As for Aqua Rose and the others who had previously entered the legacy space for the secret spellcasting technique, they could not help but gape in shock. They knew what exactly a bronze combat technique represented, something much more powerful than an advanced combat technique. Only players like them, who had entered the bronze temple of a secret technique space, would know about bronze combat techniques. However, back then, they received only one learning opportunity for each floor they ascended in the bronze temple. Moreover, each floor became increasingly difficult to clear as they reached higher floors, which severely limited the number of learning opportunities they had. Now, however, they had a complete bronze combat technique tome. This meant that they could learn the combat technique recorded on it at any time and without limit. Now that we have achieved our goal here, it's about time we headed down to the 4th floor, Shifeng said, chuckling. He then used the teleportation stones to send everyone to the 4th underground floor of the Primordial Divine Ruin. Zero Wing's team of 1,000+ players vanished from the lightning wasteland. Primordial Divine Ruin's 4th underground floor. The setting here was a quiet valley abounding with lush vegetation. A towering set of doors could be seen situated at the heart of the valley. Even if one stood at the summit of the mountains that formed the valley, one could still see this towering set of doors very clearly. Not only were the doors 100 meters in height, but they also sported plenty of divine runes carved on them. The doors radiated a powerful aura that would probably deter ordinary players from approaching them. At this moment, however, a flashy light show could be seen taking place before the massive stone doors. At the same time, sounds of explosions kept echoing throughout the entire valley. In the next moment, a two-headed, three-tailed earth dragon, which stood before the stone doors, could be seen letting out a deafening roar. Meanwhile, encircling this earth dragon was a team of 1,000+ experts. Currently, these expert players were attacking the monster in a frenzy, bombarding the 50-meter-tall earth dragon with one attack after another. However, despite the spectacular phenomena accompanying their attacks, the attacks themselves dealt only around -400 damage. From beginning to end, not a single attack inflicted over -1,000 damage to the monster. What a powerful monster! An archaic species? Or is it a ferocious beast? Zero Wing's members could not help but stare wide-eyed at the monster guarding the massive stone doors, their hearts filled with shock. Chapter 1662, Edgeless Blade. An Earth Dragon? Shifeng could not help but be astonished as he looked at the 50-meter-tall monster standing inside the valley. Frostflame Two-Headed Earth Dragon, Archaic Species, Inferior Dragon, Grand Lord. Level 58. HP 270,000/270,000,000. Compared to other archaic species of similar rank and level, the Frostflame Two-Headed Earth Dragon was clearly stronger, its HP already rivaled that of mythic monsters of the same level. It did not look like a Grand Lord at all. Moreover, aside from the Earth Dragon having superb defense, the battlefield it fought in was surrounded by pools of scorching lava. From time to time, jets of lava would shoot up and rain down on random locations of the battlefield. Even MTs would be able to endure a direct hit from the lava only 3 or 4 times. Should they successfully block the lava rain, the durability of their weapons and equipment would decrease significantly. In addition to the lava rain, the Earth Dragon itself attacked with its 3 tails and spewed out frost or flame breaths frequently. As a result, the expert players of the superpowers currently raiding the boss turned into streaks of light and disappeared from the battlefield one after another. In less than 10 minutes, the team made up of 1,000+ experts was annihilated. By the time the battle was over, the entire area before the massive stone doors had transformed into a world of flames and frost, the scene both mesmerizing and shocking. At this point, the spectating members of the various superpowers wore somber expressions on their faces as they looked at the Earth Dragon looming over them arrogantly before the stone doors. The Earth Dragon's defense and HP were both ridiculously high. In addition, players raiding the Earth Dragon had to keep an eye out for the lava that would rain down from the sky. However, after Shifeng and the others arrived inside the valley, the various superpowers all shifted their sights towards them. When these superpowers saw Shifeng's group moving past them, heading straight towards the Frostflame Two-Headed Earth Dragon, none of them displayed any hostility. They simply watched quietly as Zero Wing's team approached the boss. Although there was only one boss on the entire 4th floor, they were not in a hurry to fight it at all. The reason for this was their confidence in the Earth Dragon's strength. The task of killing the Earth Dragon was no longer something a single superpower or large guild could achieve. multiple superpowers would need to cooperate to deal with the boss. They couldn't possibly intend to take on the boss on their first visit, right? Wild Ocean could not help but laugh in ridicule when he saw Zero Wing's team showing signs of wanting to raid the Earth Dragon. The team that tried raiding the Earth Dragon just now consisted of the strongest experts of 2 superpowers. In the end, however, they were still no match for the boss. The Earth Dragon itself was already a massive challenge to players. The lava rain launched at random intervals from the surrounding lava pools only served to further increase the demands on players' combat standards. Meanwhile, the standard of Zero Wing's members was significantly inferior to that of the members of the various superpowers. Of course, it would be a different story if Zero Wing could replicate its feat on the 3rd floor and prevent the lava attacks from occurring entirely. However, how could such a thing happen time after time? It's better for us if they try. Once they realize where the difficulties of the raid lie, we'll have an easier time negotiating conditions for cooperation with them later on, Broken City said, chuckling nonchalantly. Though, I do wonder how much of the boss's HP Zero Wing will be able to shave off. Zero Wing was behaving similarly to how the Sacred Temple and Crimson Emperor had before. Although both guilds had known that the boss was not easy to deal with, as this was their first time raiding the Primordial Divine Ruin, they had felt that they should have no problem taking down the boss if they worked together. In the end, however, their combined forces got annihilated before they could even get the boss's HP below the 80% threshold. Now, the upper echelons of both guilds were wearing exceedingly ugly expressions on their faces. Even the combined forces of the Sacred Temple and Crimson Emperor managed to lower the boss's HP only to 81%. I'm guessing Zero Wing will have trouble taking away even 5% of the boss's HP. Just the first 2 lava showers will most likely wipe out over 80% of Zero Wing's members. With the remaining members, they would be fortunate if their overall DPS exceeds the boss's battle recovery, Praying Lotus said, shaking her head in disapproval as she looked at Zero Wing's team. Although Zero Wing's previous performances had indeed exceeded expectations, the guild's deficient foundation would be its downfall on this floor. Meanwhile, the other guilds present were sitting back, eagerly awaiting the start of the upcoming show. After all, as more teams fought the Earth Dragon, spectators like themselves would be able to uncover more of the Earth Dragon's secrets, which would, hopefully, eventually allow them to defeat the boss. Uncle Yuan, how far do you think Zero Wing will be able to go? Purple Jade asked curiously as she looked at Shifeng, who stood in the middle of Zero Wing's team. Other guilds might not have a clear idea of Zero Wing's strength, but the secret pavilion was well informed on matters regarding God's domain. They were quite aware that, when Phoenix Rain's Phoenix Pavilion and Zero Wing obtained the first clear of the Sunset Forest, Zero Wing had played an indispensable role in the raid. I'm not sure. Maybe they'll shave off around 20% of the boss's HP, hopefully, they can get the boss to enter its second phase. That way, we can get a better understanding of the boss, Yuan Tianxin replied, shaking his head. Meanwhile, just as Yuan Tianxin and Purple Jade were conversing with each other, Zero Wing's members were also looking at and discussing the Earth Dragon. Guild leader, let's go. Kola urged excitedly as he looked at the distant Earth Dragon. Truthfully, dealing with the bosses on the 3rd floor had not posed a challenge to him whatsoever. He had not been able to fully exhibit the Titan Guard's capabilities when going up against those bosses. Now that the Frostflame 2-headed Earth Dragon was before him, he was very eager to use it as a sparring partner to improve himself. Guild leader, why not let me be the lead MT this time? Turtledove eagerly recommended herself. At this moment, Kola and the other MTs weren't the only ones itching for action. Fire Dance, Shadow Sword, and the other DPS of the team were also bursting with fighting spirit. As long as Shifeng gave the command, they would immediately charge at the Earth Dragon without hesitation. Hold on a moment. Shadow, take this weapon and use it for this raid, Shifeng said after pondering for some time. He then took out the tier 3 mana weapon Edgeless blade from his bag and handed it over to Shadow Sword. Initially, Shadow Sword wanted to say that the Crimson Moon greatsword he wielded was already plenty good and that there was no need to switch weapons. However, after he accepted the Edgeless blade, he fell into a daze. Although he had yet to equip the weapon, the instant he took it into his hands, he could feel immense power surging into his body. At the same time, his mind also gained greater clarity. Shadow Sword immediately inspected the attributes of the Edgeless blade. What is this weapon? Shadow Sword muttered blankly as he looked at the Edgeless blade's attribute panel. Crimson Moon was one of Titan City's 31 holy weapons. At this point, he had already upgraded the weapon to Dark Gold rank, and its attributes were significantly superior to even ordinary Dark Gold weapons. In the future, he could even raise it to Epic rank. However, compared to the Edgeless blade he was currently holding, Crimson Moon was no different from an iron rod. He found it truly hard to imagine that such a powerful weapon could exist at this stage of the game. Moreover, even if he eventually upgraded Crimson Moon to Epic rank, he did not think that it would be a match for the Edgeless blade. The reason for this evaluation was the sensation he got when he held the Edgeless blade. It felt as if he had just activated a berserk skill. Just equipping the weapon had increased his strength by 40%. Moreover, the Edgeless blade's attack power was directly correlated to his strength attribute. Overall, the Edgeless blade's attack power was 50% higher than Crimson Moon's. In response to Shadow Sword's reaction, Shifeng dispensed with explanations. He commanded through the team chat, "Alright, everyone get ready. Kola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian will be responsible for tanking the boss. Everyone else, pay attention to your positioning. Make sure not to stand near the Earth Dragon's heads and tails. If nobody has any problem, let's begin." As soon as Shifeng was done speaking, Zero Wings members charged into the Frostflame two-headed Earth Dragon sphere of influence like a frenzied mob. Chapter 1663, Tier 3 Power. Chapter 1663, Tier 3 Power. The Frostflame two-headed Earth Dragon laid before the massive stone doors with all of its eyes shut. As the Earth Dragon breathed, the area before its heads turned into a hell of frost and fire. When Kola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian got within 300 yards of the Earth Dragon, it stirred. When its two sets of amber eyes fell on the MT trio, it released a deafening roar that echoed throughout the valley. A horrific pressure washed over Zero Wings' approaching members, instilling a sense of dread and turning their movements sluggish. Ha ha ha. They're really doing it. And they're charging in as one mindlessly instead of sending a few experts to test the waters. What a bunch of brave fools. Wild Ocean laughed when he saw the ugly expressions that Zero Wings members wore. He knew just how powerful the Earth Dragon was. After all, he had already fought the boss more than once. One could only understand the Earth Dragon's strength if they had experienced it personally. From what he had learned, he knew that ordinary Grand Lord ranked archaic species couldn't compare to this Earth Dragon. The boss had even easily overwhelmed a Tier 2 shield warrior like himself. Although the Earth Dragon seemed like a single entity, it should actually be treated as an amalgamation of three. This was because its two heads were capable of acting independently. Although all three tails normally moved in unison, they moved as though they had minds of their own. They could sense and attack targets that the two heads couldn't see. The Earth Dragon also possessed tremendous strength. Even when it was suppressed by a magic array, a single attack forced a Tier 2 metric tons to retreat several steps and take over -20,000 damage. This was after he had executed a technique to deflect most of the attack's power. If he simply blocked the Earth Dragon's attacks normally, he would take over -30,000 damage from its normal attacks. If he were careless for even a moment, the Earth Dragon would kill him instantly. Even without the constant threat of the lava showers, the Earth Dragon was a daunting foe. The Frostflame two-headed Earth Dragon was the absolute gatekeeper for the Primordial Divine Ruins' 5th underground floor. Along with the Earth Dragon's roars, lava began to spew from the ground, creating a wall of lava around the battlefield. The ring of lava that formed sealed off Zero Wing's path of retreat. Now, it wasn't possible for players inside to escape or enter the battlefield. Players wouldn't have any opportunities to attack in rotation. Only the victor would survive this lava-surrounded battlefield. As the lava barrier formed, the Earth Dragon's two mouths widened. The ice and fire-type mana in the environment began to surge towards the beast's maws. Zero Wing really is unlucky. The Earth Dragon is actually using Frostflame Breath right off the bat. The battle is likely already over. Praying Lotus sighed, watching the scene from afar. Frostflame Breath was one of the Earth Dragon's team wipe moves. Not only did the skill possess a massive AoE, but it had an extremely short channeling time. As a cone attack skill, players normally wouldn't have trouble dodging it if they were within 50 yards of the boss. However, Zero Wing's members were still over 100 yards away from the boss. In this case, they would have to cross greater distances to move out of the skill's AoE, which was impossible with so little time. Praying Lotus wasn't alone in her thinking. Everyone could already imagine the boss wiping out Zero Wing's team before they could land a single attack. Seal. Just as the Earth Dragon was about to complete its Frostflame Breath, Shurfong raised his right hand, which wore the Seven Luminaries ring, and cast Forbidden Domain on the Guardian boss. Suddenly, the mana in a 600-yard radius around the Earth Dragon froze. The mana surging towards the Earth Dragon's heads also stopped. In turn, the magic arrays, which Frostflame Breath had formed, began to crumble due to a lack of mana started crumbling due to a lack of mana. What a powerful silencing effect. Zero Wing has such a powerful silencing skill. The distant spectators gasped. None of them could believe that a player was actually capable of stopping the Earth Dragon's Frostflame Breath as it activated. God's Domain might have many players who had learned silencing skills, but there were differences in these skills' strength. Normally, silencing skills would have striking effects against Tier 0 and Tier 1 players, but most of the silencing skills they've seen thus far had little effect on Tier 2 players, much less boss monsters. Silencing skills that could affect boss monsters were incomparably valuable, even more so than large-scale destruction spells. Being able to silence a boss even for a moment could save a team from instant annihilation and turn the tide of battle, and most superpowers would offer astronomical prices to purchase such skills. According to their knowledge, aside from Tier 3 silencing magic scrolls, there had yet to be a player that had learned a silencing skill capable of affecting a Grand Lord-ranked boss. Even silencing skills that could affect Great Lords had yet to be discovered, but Zero Wing actually possessed one. Zero Wing's value rose even higher in the various spectating superpowers' eyes. At the very least, Zero Wing now possessed an advantage none of them had against the Frostflame two-headed Earth Dragon. With this silencing skill, raiding the Earth Dragon would be considerably easier. After being silenced, the Earth Dragon became enraged. Letting out a powerful roar, it charged towards Shurfong. Having expected such a reaction, Shurfong leisurely commanded, "Kola, you three will intercept the boss. Guild leader, leave it to us." Kola and the others smiled as they moved to meet the boss in battle. To the Earth Dragon, the MT trio was little more than a group of ants. The Earth Dragon lifted one of its claws and swept it horizontally at the approaching pests. "Come." Seeing the massive claw approach, Kola's lips curled into a grin. He then raised his shield and charged forward. Pine. When the Earth Dragon's massive claw swept across the uneven ground, it removed all obstacles without slowing in the slightest, yet when its claw collided with Kola's Titan Guard, its speed sharply decreased. The claw completely stopped after another 10 yards or so. What strength! Kola was surprised when he blocked the Earth Dragon's claw. This claw swipe had taken nearly 40,000 of his HP. The Earth Dragon's strength was already close to rivaling an ordinary mythic monster of the same level. The onlooking superpowers were even more shocked. If the Earth Dragon were unsuppressed, a single attack would be enough to instant kill a Tier 1 metric ton, while Tier 2 MTs would lose over 50,000 HP. Meanwhile, their Tier 2 MTs only had a little over 60,000 HP. 2 hits would be more than enough to kill a Tier 2 metric tons, yet even after receiving the Earth Dragon's attack head-on, Cola still had over half of his HP remaining. This proved that, at the very least, Cola could tank 3 of the unsuppressed Frostflame 2-headed Earth Dragon's hits. This also meant that, even if the Earth Dragon weren't subjected to any form of suppression, Cola could tank the Earth Dragon head-on if they healed him enough. This, in turn, gave his team the foundation it needed to raid the Earth Dragon. With an MT like Cola, their chances of defeating the Earth Dragon increased by at least 20%. Seeing the ant survive its first attack, the Earth Dragon proceeded to swipe its other claw. This time, Turtledove received the attack. Ping! Once again, something unbelievable occurred. The boss pushed Turtledove a much shorter distance than Cola. She also only lost a little over 34,000 HP, likewise, she still had over 50% of her HP. Immediately after the Earth Dragon's 2 consecutive attacks, Shadow Sword, who was only a short distance behind Cola and Turtledove, leaped into the air and slashed at the Earth Dragon's chest. After the flash of silver, the Earth Dragon's head screamed in agony. Shadow Sword's greatsword had actually cut through the Earth Dragon's adamantine-like scales, leaving a bloody gash on the monster's chest. Minus 10,320. An unbelievable number had appeared above the Frostflame 2-headed Earth Dragon's heads. Chapter 1664, Frightening Team. Over 10,000 damage. How is that possible? I'm not seeing things, right? How is his damage so high? Is he wearing a full set of epic equipment? The crowd couldn't tear their eyes off of Shadow Sword, shock and curiosity overwhelming their minds. In fact, many of them wanted to rush over and demand to know what Zero Wing had done to allow a player to deal over minus 10,000 damage to the Frostflame 2-headed Earth Dragon. The majority of their members' attacks had only dealt damage in the hundreds. Only their Tier 2 players had dealt more than that thanks to their superior attributes. Even so, their normal attacks only dealt around minus 3,000 damage each, yet Shadow Sword had dealt over minus 10,000 with a normal attack. Even if Shadow Sword were a Tier 2 Berserker, there should be no way his damage should surpass their Tier 2 members by such a large margin. The only reason they could think of was that the Berserker must have a full set of epic equipment, but even then, such a thing was unrealistic. How valuable was epic equipment? Players would need over 10 pieces to be fully geared in epic ranked equipment. Most of God's Domain's large guilds didn't even have that many pieces. Even super guilds could only afford to equip their strongest members with 4 or 5 pieces for maximum efficiency. They refused to believe that Zero Wing had the capability or generosity to gear a single player in 10 or more pieces of epic equipment. Guild leader, what kind of weapon did you give Shadow? Its attack power is amazing. Aqua Rose and Zero Wing's other Tier 2 players could not help but ask Sherfong after seeing Shadow Sword's shocking damage. They knew very clearly what kind of equipment Shadow Sword wore, and they knew that none of them could deal over minus 10,000 damage to this Guardian boss, especially not with a normal attack. The only explanation for Shadow Sword's unexpected performance had to be the weapon Sherfong had given him before the raid. However, they found it hard to imagine that changing weapons would offer such a massive boost. Even if the Greatsword were an epic weapon, the Berserker shouldn't be capable of so much damage. After all, the various superpowers had armed their Tier 2 DPS experts with epic weapons as well. I never said that I had given Shadow the weapon. I'm only letting him use it. As for what kind of weapon it is, that is a guild secret. Sherfong said, revealing a meaningful smile. If any of you enter the flowing water realm in the future, I can help you obtain this kind of power, too. Truthfully, the Edgeless Blade's performance had even surprised Sherfong. He had never thought that a Tier 3 mana weapon would be so powerful. However, as mana weapons had yet to make their public appearance in God's domain, he did not want too many people to learn about them. If not for the Earth Dragon's incredibly high defense, he wouldn't have let Shadow Sword use the Edgeless blade. Seriously, guild leader? Flying Shadow and the others' eyes sparkled when they heard Shifeng's offer. They all wanted to wield the power Shadow Sword had just displayed. Of course. When have I ever lied to you? Shifeng said, shrugging. Although Tier 3 mana weapons were extremely rare, even rarer than epic weapons, there were 12 Tier 3 mana weapons sitting in the Lost Town's tower. If he could secure the Lost Town, those weapons would be his for the taking. Hearing Shifeng's assurance, everyone's enthusiasm to improve their combat standards soared. If they raised their combat power to the flowing water realm and obtained a weapon like the Edgeless blade, they would instantly become apex experts in God's domain. They wouldn't even have a problem killing a peak expert of the same level. Just thinking of the possibility excited them. The team began to vent its newfound passion in its fight against the Earth Dragon as damages in the hundreds began to appear above the boss's head. Only the Magic Light team and Zero Wings Tier 2 players dealt over -3,000 damage, with some even reaching -5,000 damage. When Shifeng and Fire Dance joined the fray, the spectators were shocked once more. Due to the benefits formed the Shadow Bloodline, each of Fire Dance's normal attacks dealt over -9,000 damage. Although she didn't deal as much as Shadow Sword, she was an assassin. Her specialty was speed rather than raw power. Naturally, Shifeng was more impressive than both Shadow Sword and Fire Dance. His attack power was on a whole other level. His normal attacks alone dealt over -12,000 damage, while his skills easily dealt between -30,000 to -50,000 damage. He was practically a humanoid Great Lord. As they attacked, Shifeng sent 9 magical class players to approach the Earth Dragon and use the 9-star Polar Domain magic array to suppress the boss. Although the Earth Dragon had extraordinary strength, at the end of the day, it was only a Grand Lord. Its resistance wasn't on par with mythic monsters. Hence, the intermediate magic array still suppressed the Earth Dragon's attributes by 15%. Following which, Shifeng spent 5,000 magic crystals to activate World Projection, suppressing the boss even further. This caused the Earth Dragon's basic attributes to fall to 70% of their original values. Its maximum HP decreased to 189 million as well. Shifeng had no intention of using Disintegration Field as the skill didn't differentiate friend from foe. Aside from himself, everyone within range would be subjected to the Disintegration Field suppression. Right now, his team had to attack while focusing on their positioning and the lower showers. If he used Disintegration Field, the Earth Dragon wouldn't be the one to suffer, Zero Wings members would. Fortunately, the 30% decrease to the Earth Dragon's basic attributes relieved some of the pressure on Kola and the other 2 MTs. Even when they didn't use special techniques to block the boss's normal attacks, they received less than -20,000 from each hit. This damage wasn't nearly enough to threaten their lives. To increase the team's overall DPS, Shifeng had ordered some of the weaker experts to activate their berserk skills instead of holding back. Suddenly, the Earth Dragon's HP began to fall, the speed of which shocked the watching superpowers. However, as the battle drug on, the surrounding barrier began to spew jets of lava into the sky. The lava then rained down on everyone on the battlefield. Not even Shifeng had a good solution for countering this massive AoE. He could only rely on Violet Cloud's holy prayer, reducing the damage his teammates took while simultaneously healing them. As for Kola, he used Divine Shield to protect the MTs fighting on the front line. When the lava shower ended, even with Violet Cloud's assistance, Zero Wings' team had lost over 100 members. Zero Wings' casualty rate was significantly higher than the various superpowers teams. Fortunately, the lava showers did not happen too often, giving Zero Wings members plenty of time to damage the boss. When the second lava shower eventually fell on the team, Zero Wings suffered evidently fewer losses. Most of the players that had died during the first lava shower had lower combat standards, while the survivors were stronger. The Earth Dragon's HP quickly fell to 95%. 95%. 90%. 80%. When the Earth Dragon entered its second phase, it ceased its claw attacks. Instead, it began to execute AoE breath attacks, though they weren't as powerful as its Frost Flame breath. Even so, each attack dealt considerable amounts of damage. When Kola tried to take a hit with his shield, he had instantly lost over 30,000 HP. The change in attack pattern also forced Zero Wings members to run constantly, evading the boss's AoE attacks. This development instantly reduced the team's overall DPS. However, Shifeng still had the situation in hand. Roughly 6 minutes after the battle had begun, the Earth Dragon's HP fell to 30%. At this point, Zero Wings' team only had 300 members left alive. Everyone else had either died to the breath attacks or the lava showers. The boss is entering its third phase. Whoever has a berserk skill, use it now. Shifeng hurriedly shouted when he saw the Earth Dragon's HP fall to 30%. Hearing Shifeng's command, Kola and the other MTs activated Power of Darkness, no longer holding back and skyrocketing their attributes. Meanwhile, the Frost Flame two-headed Earth Dragon released a deafening roar, and the surrounding ice and fire-type mana concentrated around it. The Earth Dragon swiped one of its claws at Kola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian. Despite the boost to the MT trio's basic attributes, the attack shoved them back by over a dozen yards. They had nearly lost their footing from the devastating impact. Each of them had lost over 50,000 HP on the spot. Had they failed to activate their berserk skills in time, they would have died instantly. Quick! The boss's defense has weakened. Attack it with everything you've got. When Shifeng realized that the Earth Dragon had entered its berserk and saw that his attacks now dealt over -16,000 damage, he ordered his team to go all out. With the decrease to the boss's defense, Shifeng stopped holding back himself as he activated Heavenly Dragon's power. All of a sudden, the Earth Dragon's HP began to fall much faster. Meanwhile, the less HP the Earth Dragon had remaining, the stronger its retaliation became. From time to time, it randomly targeted a player with its tails and breaths. Although Kola and the others continued to use taunt skills to hold the boss's aggro, all their efforts were futile. 25%. 15%. 5%. When the Earth Dragon only had 3% HP remaining, fewer than 100 Zero Wing members stood on the battlefield. The situation looked dire for Zero Wing. Meanwhile, the Earth Dragon used its breath and claw attacks more often, forcing the MT trio to activate their life-saving skills and focus on defense. They no longer dared to spare energy to deal damage. Die! Shifeng activated Divine Providence as he charged up to the Earth Dragon. He then activated the Tier 2 Flame Burst and brandished his swords at the Grand Lord. Dazzling sword lights illuminated the battlefield. Every time these lights flashed, a scorch mark would appear on the Earth Dragon's body. Out of the 16 slashes Shifeng had executed, the weakest had dealt over -200,000 damage. In the blink of an eye, he had eliminated the final strand of the boss's HP. The Frost Flame two-headed Earth Dragon then unwillingly collapsed to the burned earth. Chapter 1665, Everyone's Target. Chapter 1665, Everyone's Target. When the Frost Flame two-headed Earth Dragon collapsed, the ground shook under its massive weight, and the 50-plus survivors nearly lost their footing as the earth trembled. Everyone, Zero Wings members and those from the various superpowers behind the lava barrier, fell silent as they turned toward Shifeng, who stood before the Earth Dragon's corpse. The Grand Lord's blood had dyed Shifeng's armor, which was damaged in multiple places. The swordsman was visibly exhausted, yet despite that, he seemed massive in the spectators' eyes. Every player watching felt as if they gazed upon a hero of legend. It's dead. Zero Wing actually slew the Earth Dragon. This is a trick, right? They actually managed to defeat the boss. No one could bring themselves to believe their eyes. Even the superpowers had been utterly helpless against the Earth Dragon on their own. They likely would have had to pull their forces to defeat the boss, yet Zero Wing's team had accomplished the feat on its own. Immediately, the sound of a system notification reached everyone's ears. System, congratulations to Team Zero Wing for being the first to kill the Frostflame two-headed Earth Dragon. Rewarding 3 fifth-floor teleportation stones and 10 humanity reputation points. With this system notification, even those who refused to believe that Zero Wing had succeeded had no choice but to accept it as fact. Is this why Phoenix Rain has such great faith in Zero Wing? Yuan Tixin fell into deep thought as he stared at Shifeng's back. Zero Wing, huh? King's Return's Broken City could not help but watch Shifeng closely as well. The guild is actually far more powerful than the rumors made it out to be. It seems that our subordinates will have to pay much closer attention to the guild. Suddenly, the various superpowers' attitudes toward Zero Wing changed. Now, rather than treat Zero Wing like some insignificant power, they had to view the guild as a competitor. Meanwhile, Shifeng remained ignorant of the attention he received from the various superpowers. He only had eyes for the items that had dropped before him. Normally, a team would be incredibly lucky if a Grand Lord ranked archaic species dropped several dozen items, yet the Earth Dragon had dropped over 100. The size of the bounty had far exceeded Shifeng's expectations. Seeing this, the spectating superpowers' eyes became bloodshot. In fact, many of them wanted to charge forward and steal the loot. Needless to say, the first kill of such a powerful archaic species would definitely grant extremely bountiful loot. Such loot could elevate their respective team's strength to a whole new level. Unfortunately, none of them could act on their desires with the lava barrier between them and the items. They could only watch helplessly as Shifeng collected one item after another. Meanwhile, Shifeng went into a frenzy, snatching up every item. At the same time, he instructed the team's healers to resurrect their dead. Although the lava barrier stood between them and the various superpowers, it had begun to fade after the Earth Dragon's death. At the rate it disappeared, the barrier would only last a few more minutes. Meanwhile, the rule for boss loot in the outside world also applied in the Primordial Divine Ruin. Even if players successfully killed a boss and obtained its loot, the items would drop if other players killed them within the first 2 hours. There were multiple teams from the various superpowers waiting outside of the lava barrier, and their experts weren't ordinary. If all of these experts attacked, they could very easily annihilate Zero Wing's players. Hence, he needed to collect the loot and leave before the barrier vanished. Zero Wing's members quickly realized their situation, and the team's healers rushed to resurrect their fallen companions. Sure enough, the lava barrier completely disappeared around 4 minutes after the Earth Dragon's death, but before the various superpowers could take action, Shifeng used the 8 teleportation stones, 5 from the boss and 3 from the system reward. Instantly, Zero Wing's 800 living members transformed into streaks of light that faded into the massive stone doors. They sure ran quickly. Wild Ocean was slightly disappointed to see Zero Wing's members vanish. A colossal fortune had just disappeared before his very eyes. If not for the lava barrier, Zero Wing wouldn't have gotten away with the boss's loot. As expected of Zero Wing, they certainly react quickly. Yuan Tixin chuckled. Everyone dreamed of obtaining items that could improve players' strength, and superpowers were no exception. Even though Zero Wing had proven to them all that its combat power and growth potential was extraordinary, that would do little to deter them from attacking. Uncle Yuan, what should we do? With the boss dead, we won't be able to move on to the 5th floor, Purple Jade said. She felt a slight headache brew as she gazed at the empty battlefield. Although the 4th underground floor had plenty of monsters, only the Frostflame two-headed Earth Dragon dropped teleportation stones. Since the only Earth Dragon on the 4th floor had just died, other players had no way of proceeding to the next floor. Don't worry. The Earth Dragon is both the guardian boss and the only monster that drops the teleportation stones. It should respawn shortly. However, even if we kill it, we won't get as much loot as Zero Wing, Yuan Tianxin said, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes as he stared at the massive set of stone doors, which Zero Wing's members had disappeared into. News that Zero Wing had secured the first kill of the fourth floor's guardian boss quickly spread past the Primordial Divine Ruin, causing a commotion among the powers interested in the Orc Empire. Nobody had expected at the first guild to set foot on the Primordial Divine Ruin's fifth underground floor would neither be a super first-rate guild or a super guild, but an up-and-coming guild like Zero Wing. For a time, a significant number of guilds and adventurer teams became interested in cooperating with the guild. Although they weren't strong enough to reach the fifth floor and subsequently, Primordial City on their own, they could hire Zero Wing to carry some of their members. They might be able to learn all sorts of combat techniques from the guild, as well. As for purchasing these services from the various superpowers, they had no hope of such a thing. They had nothing the various superpowers wanted, but Zero Wing was a different story. Zero Wing was a guild with very shallow foundations. It lacked both manpower and resources. Moreover, as a developing guild, Zero Wing definitely needed a large amount of funds and resources, which their guilds and adventurer teams could provide. With this, they would have the basis for cooperation. Meanwhile, on the Primordial Divine Ruin's fifth underground floor. After leaving the fourth floor, Shifeng's group was transported to a quiet lakeside surrounded by forest. So, this is the fifth floor. Everyone turned as they observed their surroundings. Unlike on the previous floors, they didn't feel danger from the area around them. On the contrary, they felt comfortable and at peace. Everyone, rest up. We'll search for the path to Primordial City later, Shifeng instructed as he noticed his recently resurrected team members' exhaustion. Every fifth floor in the Primordial Divine Ruin was a milestone. The first floor would test players, while the fifth would allow them to rest. The fifth floor's mana density was so high that players could swiftly recover their stamina and concentration even as they moved about. The recovery effects on this floor were no weaker than those in NPC cities' hotels. In the past, some guilds had even established temporary towns on the Primordial Divine Ruins rest floors. These temporary towns had provided a safe haven from other players and a place for players to trade and replenish their supplies. Unfortunately, the services these towns had provided had been exceedingly expensive. But that couldn't be helped. Once players left the Primordial Divine Ruin, not only would they have to start over with the first floor's raid, but they'd also have to wait a full day before entering again. Just re-entering the ruin would be a problem. If a team wanted to resupply inside the ruin, they had to accept the atrocious prices. Hence, the temporary guild towns on the ruin's rest floors generated considerable profit each day. Moreover, the services would become more expensive as the floor numbers increased. However, only superpowers were generally capable of establishing towns on lower floors. Ordinary large guilds could only make a profit by doing so on the fifth floor. Only, Shifeng currently had no such plans. Locating the path towards Primordial City was far more important right now. While everyone rested, Shifeng opened his bag and looked through the items the Frostflame two-headed Earth Dragon had dropped. Since he had been in too much of a rush earlier, he hadn't had the time to inspect the boss's loot, but even if the other guilds wanted to chase his team to the fifth floor, they'd have to wait until a new Earth Dragon spawned on the fourth to do so. Chapter 1666, Insane Loot. Chapter 1666, Insane Loot. The Frostflame two-headed Earth Dragon had dropped over 100 items. Although the majority consisted of materials and magic crystals, 8 weapons and pieces of equipment had dropped. The reward for first kill is quite surprising. Shifeng could not help but grow a little excited after appraising the weapons and equipment. Out of the 8 weapons and equipment, there were 5 pieces of level 50 dark gold equipment and 2 level 50 dark gold weapons, one of which was a dagger, and the other was a one-handed axe. The weapons were top tier even among dark gold weapons, good enough to tempt super guilds' peak experts. Although the various large guilds' experts had already reached level 50, most of them were stuck with level 45 weapons. Take the various superpowers that had entered the Primordial Divine Ruin alongside Zero Wing, for example. Those superpowers refinement realm experts would be fortunate to wield a level 50 fine gold weapon. Unfortunately, most were stuck with level 45 dark gold weapons, which had both lower basic attributes and attack power than level 50 fine gold weapons. Surprisingly, the 5 pieces of dark gold equipment that had dropped were pieces of the Berserker class's Mad Gale set and the Elementalist class's Frost Flame set. 2 of the 5 pieces were the Mad Gale set's gloves and boots, and the remaining 3 pieces were the Frost Flame's hat, gloves, and boots. Level 50 dark gold set equipment was only inferior to epic equipment. Players could use the equipment until they were level 59 before it would go out of date. Moreover, class-specific set equipment was generally specialized for its class. Take the 6-piece Mad Gale set, for example. Its 2-piece set effect increased the wearer's movement speed and attack speed by 15%, which made up for the Berserker class's lack of speed. The Frost Flame set was also a 6-piece set, and its 2-piece set effect increased Elementalist's cast range by 10%. Although the improvement seemed small, a player could easily overwhelm ranged opponents if they took advantage of it properly. If he could complete both sets, he could even fetch 10,000 for them. However, the 7 items were nothing compared to the value of the last piece of equipment. Frost Flame Ring, Epic Rank. Level 50, Level 100. Equipment requirement, Strength 500, Agility 400, Intelligence 1000. Strength plus 55, Agility plus 42, Endurance plus 45, Intelligence plus 74, Level 50. Ignore levels plus 12. Ice resistance plus 15. Fire resistance plus 15. Additional passive skill dash. Frost Flame Barrier, creates a Frost Flame barrier around user. As long as the user is standing, the power of all ice and fire type spells increases by 20% and channeling time reduces by 10%. Additional active skill 1 dash. Frost Flame's Descent, manipulate ice and fire type mana to deal 700% fire damage to targets in a 40-yard cone. Targets hit will have their movement speed reduced by 70% for 6 seconds. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Additional active skill 2 dash. Frost Flame Shield, creates a protective shield that covers an area with a 15-yard radius. The Frost Flame Shield is immune to all ice and fire type damage. The Frost Flame Shield lasts 20 seconds and can absorb damage equivalent to 300% of user's maximum mana. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Rings and necklaces were extremely rare equipment in God's domain. They were worth at least double that of equipment of the same quality, as well. An epic ring was far more valuable than a piece of epic equipment. If an elementalist equipped the Frost Flame ring, their combat power would increase by at least 20%. Moreover, the Frost Flame ring offered skills that covered both AoE offense and defense. It was a treasure worth tens of thousands of gold. Guild leader, what did the boss drop? Blackie could not help but ask curiously as he watched Sherfong inspect the Earth Dragon's loot. At Blackie's question, the rest of the team members perked up, curious about the loot as well. Take a look for yourselves, Sherfong said. He then shared the 8 weapons and pieces of equipment's attribute panels in the team chat, allowing everyone to see the items. I've also listed the GCPs needed to purchase them. If you're interested in any of them, come to me. Although epic items were precious in God's domain, they were no longer unattainable. Hence, it didn't particularly matter if he revealed the Frost Flame ring. At most, the various major powers would envy Zero Wing when they found out about it. They would not go as far as to wage war over the item. Moreover, by sharing the attribute panels with the team, he could improve the team's morale. These level 50 dark gold weapons and equipment pieces are amazing. The boss's loot is insane. It actually dropped level 50 dark gold set equipment. This ring is godlike. Its attributes alone can rival the attributes on my level 50 fine gold gloves. Screw the basic attributes. Look at the ring's additional skills. Those effects are amazing. If I had this ring, my DPS would increase by at least 30%. Everyone drooled over the 8 items. Any one of these items would easily rank among a super guild's most precious treasures. Not even super guild's upper echelons wielded such items, yet Shifeng had made them available for purchase in the Zero Wing. The only problem was the items' price tags. Each one of the 2 level 50 dark gold weapons cost 500,000 GCP, which was the equivalent of 1,000 gold outside of the guild. Although it was incredibly cheap if purchased with coins, it was a different story if players purchased them with GCPs. GCPs were, after all, far more difficult to acquire. The Frostflame ring, however, cost 4 million GCPs, the equivalent of 8,000 gold. At this point, no one in the guild had that many GCPs. However, since Shifeng didn't want the ring to go to waste, he lent it to Alluring Summer, who was a Tier 2 elementalist. I'm definitely not going to face Summer in PvP. The Frostflame ring's skills are game-breaking, Kola said as he watched Alluring Summer equip the Frostflame ring. As a Tier 2 elementalist, Alluring Summer was already a mobile defense turret. If she focused on a single target, even a Tier 2 metric tons of the same level would fall quickly under her attacks. With the assistance of the Frostflame ring, Alluring Summer's firepower would rise to a whole new level. If she activated Frostflame Shield, she would be able to cast her spells without worrying about incoming attacks for a short time. She could afford to cast powerful spells that had long channeling times even in a one-on-one fight. After dealing with the weapons and equipment, Shifeng didn't share any information on the other items the Earth Dragon had dropped. Weapons and equipment would only boost the strength of an individual player, but it was a different story for the 2 forging designs the Guardian boss had dropped. One of the forging designs was for the Giant Frost Axe, a level 50 fine gold 2-handed axe, while the other was for the Scorching Sun Gloves, a set of level 50 dark gold plate gloves. If he allowed Cream Cocoa and the others to learn these designs, they could craft plenty of powerful weapons and equipment pieces for the guild. The 2 designs were exceedingly more valuable than the 7 dark gold items combined. Shifeng had also obtained a leaf of tattered parchment from the Earth Dragon. Although the words and images on the parchment had long since become indiscernible, it still radiated a faint trace of pressure. When Shifeng felt this pressure, he was shocked. After taking a closer look at this parchment, Shifeng was elated. The parchment was actually a hero's chapter. Moreover, unlike the hero's chapter he had obtained during a previous auction, this hero's chapter contained information on a particular hero and would summon said hero when used. It was even more valuable than a hero's chapter that summoned a random hero. The name of the hero recorded was also one that Shifeng was extremely familiar with. It was also a name that everybody in God's domain had known during his previous life, the Magic King, Craig Midlands. Chapter 1667, Magic King. The fact that the Earth Dragon had dropped a hero's chapter, let alone a hero chapter for Craig Midlands, had truly surprised Shifeng. In God's domain, there were 32 heroes that could only be summoned with specific heroes chapters. They were also the strongest heroes players could summon using the heroes chapters. In the past, these 32 heroes had been known as the 32 Pillars. Based on historical records, every one of these 32 heroes had cleared the complete God's trial and gained the ancient God's recognition. If nurtured properly, any one of these 32 pillars could easily become the guardian of an entire city. This was because these 32 heroes had the potential to reach level 200, tier 5 at the very minimum. Moreover, because they were heroes, their basic attributes were higher than players of the same level and tier. When players nurtured these heroes to their peaks, only tier 6 god-ranked players had any chance against them. Among the 32 pillars, the Magic King, Craig Midlands, ranked 17th. He had been a famous NPC in God's domain who had mastered the 6 major elements. No ordinary Tier 5 NPC could compare to his strength. Craig Midlands had once fended off a siege that included 20 Tier 5 players and successfully protected the city he had been tasked to guard. He had even killed 11 of the Tier 5 experts. The hero's display had been so impressive that it had even stupefied the guild that had nurtured and summoned him. Nobody had expected the Magic King to be that powerful. Normally, even a Tier 5 NPC would fall if 20 Tier 5 players ganged up on him, yet the Magic King had resisted and won. However, Craig's victory over the team of Tier 5 players was not what that shocked the world the most. Rather, players had been astounded by the spells he had used. With his mastery over 6 major elements, not only did his attacks carry great destructive power, but his attack methods were also varied and complex. His attacks had basically no weaknesses. If a Tier 5 player had tried to face him one-on-one, they would have been beaten to a pulp. Moreover, for every element Craig Midlands grasped, he could create one elemental doppelganger. Although each doppelganger only had 80% of Craig's attributes, they were far stronger than players of the same level and tier. In other words, trying to fight Craig Midlands was on par with fighting 7 Tier 5 NPCs. With this, I'll have a capable protector for Zero Wing City. Feng clearly remembered that the guild that had acquired the Magic King, Craig Midlands in his previous life had only been a first-rate guild. Naturally, the guild had used Craig to protect its main city, and due to the NPC's presence, not even super first-rate and super guilds had dared to strike that city. If he used Craig to protect Zero Wing City, the city's defensibility would rise to an entirely new level. Shortly after Feng and the other Zero Wing members began their rest on the 5th floor, Melancholic Smile contacted him. Guild leader, what did you do in the Primordial Divine Ruin? Many large guilds have come to Candlelight to negotiate cooperation, Melancholic Smile asked inquisitively. As many as 8 first-rate guilds had approached Candlelight, seeking cooperation, not to mention the second and third-rate guilds. Watching these guilds' upper echelons enter White River City's Candlelight trading firm with their entourages has been spectacular. The scene had also caused a huge commotion throughout the city. For a moment, she had even thought that these guilds had intended to attack the trading firm. It's nothing. We just got to the ruins 5th floor before the other guilds, Feng said, chuckling. What kind of cooperation are they looking for? They're asking to purchase some of our guild's basic combat techniques and opportunities to learn advanced combat techniques. Though, slots to enter Primordial City are their main goal. They are willing to pay with magic crystals and top-tier weapons and equipment, Melancholic Smile said. The bounty war between Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial was still in full swing. As a result, Zero Wing burned through funds, weapons, and equipment each day. If Zero Wing could sell the services these large guilds requested for top-tier weapons and equipment, it would help the guild out a great deal. Unfortunately, this matter would have a massive impact on the guild, and she couldn't make the decision by herself. Their ideas sound quite solid. Feng began to ruminate on the matter. A moment later, he said, all right, we will agree to their conditions. However, they can only offer payment with magic crystals. Moreover, we will only sell the opportunity to learn basic combat techniques. Each learning opportunity will cost 1,000 magic crystals. This condition isn't limited to these guilds either, it will stand for all players. As for the guild's other requests, refuse them. Due to the appearance of the Primordial Divine Ruin, basic combat techniques had become more commonplace in God's domain. Even so, pitifully few first-rate guilds had secured any techniques from the ruin. The other guilds couldn't even make it inside. However, as players unlocked more of the Primordial Divine Ruin, the number of players allowed inside would increase. Moreover, as players continued to grow stronger, it would only be a matter of time before more guilds secured basic combat techniques. Rather than wait for such a future, it'd be better if Zero Wing took advantage of the current situation and sold learning opportunities, making a fortune. In fact, many large guilds had openly sold learning opportunities for basic combat techniques in the past. He simply executed this business strategy ahead of time. In any case, he had obtained 3 basic combat techniques on his way to the 5th underground floor, with 2 from the Earth Dragon. As for the advanced combat techniques, there was no way he'd sell them. Both in his previous life and in this one, advanced combat techniques were a guild's core secret. While basic combat techniques helped players build a solid foundation, they did very little to improve players' combat standards. Only advanced combat techniques had a considerable effect on players' combat standards. 1,000 crystals per chance. Isn't that price a little too high? Melancholic Smile asked awkwardly. Currently, magic crystals sold for 30 silver each on the market, thus, 1,000 magic crystals were worth 300 gold. However, while the various guilds might accept a price of 300 gold, that wouldn't necessarily be the case for 1,000 magic crystals. Every large guild desperately needed magic crystals right now, and players wouldn't necessarily learn a combat technique in its entirety on the first attempt. It's fine. Just tell them. Whether or not they accept our price is up to them. Nobody's forcing them to learn our combat techniques, Shifeng said, chuckling. Although basic combat techniques were the weakest of the bunch, they weren't easily found. Players could not obtain one just because they wanted to. Despite the Primordial Divine Ruin activating some time ago, only a small number of basic combat techniques had dropped thus far. Moreover, different basic combat techniques offered different kinds of benefits, some improved attack methods, some improved footwork, and so on. Just because a player had learned a basic combat technique, that did not mean that other techniques would be useless. On the contrary, the more basic combat techniques a player learned, the sturdier their foundation would become. With a strong foundation, players would have a much easier time learning advanced combat techniques. In fact, players may even be able to create their own basic or advanced combat technique. I'll relay the message to these guilds and announce it to the public, then, Melancholic Smile said. After giving the matter some thought, she saw the logic in Shifeng's decision. Other guilds still treated their basic combat techniques like family heirlooms. Even core members had to pay a significant amount of GCPs to learn the techniques. Since they had approached Zero Wing to purchase its family heirlooms, it was only natural that the guild demand a higher price. Moreover, there were many wealthy individuals among God's Domain's adventure teams and independent experts. Generally, adventure teams and independent experts had no opportunity to learn basic combat techniques, so they'd be more than willing to pay the price. After disconnecting his call with Melancholic Smile, Shifeng sent out a few scouts to explore the 5th floor. In less than 10 minutes, Shifeng received a report from one of the scouts. Guild leader, I found a gigantic magic array in the forest. There's also an NPC in the center of the array, a scouting assassin reported. An NPC? Send me your coordinates. Shifeng was instantly ecstatic. As far as he knew, there shouldn't be an NPCs on the Primordial Divine Ruins rest floors. Since one of his scouts had found one, that NPC must be related to Primordial City. Chapter 1668, Primordial City's Entrance Test. Chapter 1668, Primordial City's Entrance Test. Shifeng moved through the tranquil forest and proceeded towards the coordinates the scouting assassin sent him. Very quickly, he came across a clearing that was abounding with mana, so much that it had even condensed into a white mist that enveloped the area. What amazing mana! Shifeng was startled as he moved through the white mist. While he stood within the white mist, not only did his mind become much clearer than before, but even his stamina and concentration recovery rates skyrocketed. The recovery rates were at least 4 times higher than what one would experience inside hotels of NPC cities. If players were to practice combat in such an environment, the results would be wondrous. Training here would be particularly effective. In his previous life, while part of the reason why players loved places with high mana density was the ease in exhibiting their combat standards there, a more important reason was the much greater efficiency in practicing and learning combat techniques. Although combat techniques did not consume mana, they did take a toll on the user's stamina and concentration. Meanwhile, unlike basic attributes, hidden attributes like stamina and concentration were not displayed using numerical values. Players could only rely on their own senses to determine how much stamina and concentration they had remaining. If players fought normally inside major NPC cities, their stamina and concentration consumption would be roughly equal to their regeneration rates. Hence, players could fight in arenas to their heart's content without worrying about becoming exhausted. However, it was a different story if players started incorporating combat techniques in battle. Combat techniques placed a significant burden on stamina and concentration. Executing a basic combat technique would cost roughly 4 to 5 times more stamina and concentration than executing a simple attack. Hence, if players continuously executed basic combat techniques, even when fighting or practicing inside a city, they would very quickly exhaust their stamina and concentration. Needless to say, the depletion rate for executing advanced combat techniques was even more severe. Hence, high mana density locations were extremely popular among experts of God's domain during Shifeng's previous life. In the current God's domain, combat techniques had yet to be popularized. If they had, though, Zero Wing City's player population would have long since shot past 10 million. This was also one of the reasons behind Shifeng's decision to sell basic combat techniques to the public right now. If only a small number of people are allowed to enter Primordial City, it won't be a bad idea to have the ones left out remain here to practice combat techniques. Taking a look at the mist-covered clearing, Shifeng figured that there was more than enough space for 1,000 players to practice combat techniques here. Places with high mana density were extremely rare in God's domain, not to mention places with mana so dense that it formed a mist. This small area was definitely a sacred training ground. Any superpower that discovered such a location would definitely do everything they could to monopolize it to nurture their own experts. Guild leader, the NPC is over there. After Shifeng arrived at the designated coordinates, a blue-clad assassin approached him. The assassin then pointed at the old man standing inside a magic array a short distance away. The elder wore a set of white robes and held a golden staff in his right hand. Looking at this elder, Shifeng found that the old man did not exude any kind of powerful aura and looked very ordinary. However, when Shifeng tried inspecting him, he failed to get any information about the elder, not even the old man's name. Everything was displayed in question marks. Following which, Shifeng used omniscient eyes to observe the old man. Tyrol, Primordial City's protector, hero, divine mage. Level. HP. / A hero. Shifeng could not help but be stunned. He had never imagined that he would actually meet a living, breathing hero. In God's domain, heroes had long since vanished into legend. The hero standing before him right now was something entirely different from the heroes summoned using heroes chapters. More precisely, the heroes summoned using heroes chapters were heroic spirits, not true heroes. Even so, they were still incomparably powerful and more than capable of safeguarding an entire town or city by themselves. However, a true hero was on an entirely different level compared to a heroic spirit. Unlike heroic spirits, true heroes still retained the blessing they received from ancient gods, therefore, their life rating was even higher than that of archaic species. Moreover, heroes possessed extraordinary combat standards. Hence, if one did not utilize any special techniques, even 100 Tier 5 players would not be enough to take down a living hero at their peak. A hero was an existence that was truly capable of turning the tide of battle with their strength alone. Although seeing a living hero excited Shifeng greatly, when he noticed the hero's identity as Primordial City's protector, he quickly suppressed his excitement and approached the elder. The moment Shifeng set foot into the magic array, Tyrol opened his eyes abruptly and disappeared from where he stood. In the next moment, he appeared before Shifeng and quietly scrutinized the youth before him. When Shifeng felt Tyrol's gaze on him, he felt as if his entire existence was under examination. However, he was not particularly surprised by this situation. Primordial City was a blessing of the ancient gods. Players belonging to forces deemed hostile by the ancient gods, such as the forces of darkness, should not even think of setting foot into Primordial City. If any of these players were discovered, they would be eliminated immediately. Young man, you've done well to reach this place. I am Tyrol, a protector of Primordial City, Tyrol said, revealing a faint smile and giving Shifeng a nod of approval. If you wish to enter Primordial City, you have to pass the entrance test. Moreover, you have only 3 chances to challenge it. If you fail all 3, you can only try again during your next visit to the Primordial Divine Ruin. Lord Protector, may I know the contents of the test? Shifeng asked respectfully. It's a simple test. All you need to do is defeat yourself, Tyrol replied, smiling. Of course, there are also differences in difficulty. The more difficult the test you challenge, the more contribution points you will obtain once you arrive in Primordial City. There are 5 different difficulties available: normal, hard, hell, Azura, and God. Meanwhile, the contribution points you will gain from them are 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 5,000, and 10,000, respectively. Each person has only 3 opportunities to challenge the test. You must cherish them. Upon hearing Tyrol's words, although Shifeng kept his expression indifferent, inwardly, he was bursting with joy. Similar to the city on Thunder Island, if players wished to mingle in Primordial City, they needed contribution points. Without contribution points, they could enjoy only the basic benefits the city offered and should not even think of obtaining the truly good stuff available. Meanwhile, the reason why Shifeng was excited was the large number of contribution points the entrance test awarded. In his previous life, when he visited Primordial City, he did not do so by passing the entrance test but by using a teleportation ticket, which he had obtained through killing monsters. He had received only 500 contribution points in doing so. However, with just 500 contribution points, one would be no different from a beggar inside Primordial City. Of course, one's contribution points would not remain the same forever. There were plenty of methods to earn contribution points. Completing quests was the simplest among them, though inefficient. Ordinary quests only granted around 2 to 5 points each, while high-ranking quests granted around 20 to 50 points each. However, high-ranking quests were extremely rare. Hence, collecting even 500 contribution points was very difficult. Yet, now, even the normal entrance test awarded 1,000 contribution points upon completion. The additional 500 points would save players plenty of time. Moreover, this was also good news to Zero Wings members. It meant that everyone would have an opportunity to enter Primordial City. Young adventurer, have you decided to enter Primordial City? Tyrol asked, smiling as he looked at Shifeng. I am willing to accept the test. Shifeng nodded. Very good. May I know which difficulty you wish to choose? Tyrol asked with a wave of his hand. Instantly, 5 crystal balls of different colors appeared before Shifeng. Aside from having different colors, these crystal balls also exuded auras of various intensities. Even the crystal ball with the weakest aura made Shifeng shudder involuntarily, whereas the one with the strongest aura made him feel deep despair. Chapter 1669, Shadow of Trial. What powerful auras! Shifeng tensed as he gazed at the 5 crystal balls hovering before him. It was obvious that these crystal balls represented the strength of the opponent he would face. These crystal balls' auras also provided a hint to help players make the best decision. However, even the weakest crystal ball radiated considerable pressure. It was evident that entering Primordial City wouldn't be as easy as he had expected. Shifeng wasn't the only player present who could sense the 5 crystal balls' auras. Aqua Rose and the others, who had just arrived outside of the magic array, could sense the intense energy from the crystal balls as well. Every crystal ball felt as if it contained some horrific creature. These crystals represent your opponent's strengths. You may choose the one that you think you can defeat, but please remember, you only have 3 chances, Tyrol reminded. 3 chances. After giving the matter some thought, Shifeng proceeded to choose the second strongest crystal ball. Lord Tyrol, I choose this one. Based on the aura of the god rank test, he knew that he had no chance of completing it. In fact, he wasn't even particularly confident of passing the Azura rank test, but since he had 3 chances, he might as well give it a try. If he could clear the Azura rank test, he could earn more contribution points before entering Primordial City, which would save him from having to pick up plenty of troublesome tasks. Azura rank? Tyrol could not help but shake his head as he looked at Shifeng. What a courageous young man you are. However, since you've made your decision, let the test begin. Saying so, Tyrol gestured with his left hand. Suddenly, the Azura-ranked crystal ball shattered, and the shards transformed into 3 clouds of mist. These clouds gradually took on humanoid shapes, and a moment later, 3 creatures, identical to Shifeng, manifested inside the magic array. Meanwhile, aside from their names, Shadow of Trial, the system revealed no information about them. 3. The corners of Shifeng's mouth twitched slightly. Although he could not see the Shadows of Trial's basic attributes, he clearly sensed that they were higher than his. Aqua Rose and the others, who watched from outside of the magic array, gasped and they saw the 3 Shadows of Trial. Each of the shadows felt like a great lord. No, to be more precise, the shadows' auras were stronger than any of the great lords they had faced. It would not be a stretch to call them grand lords. To pass the test, you simply need to land 10 hits on each of them. I must warn you, they know everything you know. Likewise, if they hit you 10 times, you will be eliminated, Tyrol said. After Tyrol explained the rules, the 3 Shadows of Trial revealed human-like sneers. Suddenly, they vanished, leaving afterimages as they charged at Shifeng. So fast. The watching crowd was shocked. The shadows had moved so quickly that all they had seen was faint afterimages. Moreover, unlike ordinary monsters, the Shadows of Trial commanded extremely high intellect. Their fighting style wouldn't be monotonous. Moreover, all 3 shadows coordinated perfectly, each striking at Shifeng from different directions. As soon as the shadows appeared around Shifeng, each launched a different attack. Illusory Shadow. Purgatory Pentaslash. Shadow Blade. The Shadows of Trial's attacks sealed off Shifeng's escape paths. To make matters worse, the illusory shadow attacks couldn't be blocked. Crap. Shifeng paled as he realized his situation. Not even he dared to receive all 3 skill attacks head-on. If he tried to, he would undoubtedly end up dead in the blink of an eye. Just before the attacks landed, Shifeng activated Divine Steps, and 10 doppelgangers split from his body. He immediately switched positions with a nearby doppelganger and used Shadow Blade against the nearest Shadow of Trial. However, before the Shadow Blades could reach the Shadow of Trial, 10 doppelgangers split from its body. Shifeng's 10 Shadow Blades then pierced through the Shadow of Trial's form. However, it was evident that he had nearly struck a doppelganger. How is this possible? They have my weapons and equipment skills, as well. Shifeng was shocked and the shadow also used Divine Steps. However, before Shifeng could regain his senses, all 3 Shadows of Trial activated Heavenly Dragon's power, their attributes soaring. They slashed their blades at their target, the intensity of their strength creating powerful gales. With no better plan, Shifeng continued to switch positions with his doppelgangers to avoid the incoming attacks. Although Heavenly Dragon's power was strong, it was a berserk skill that focused on boosting strength. Its buff to speed was only subpar. For a time, Sherfone was at a complete disadvantage as the three shadows of trial chased him relentlessly. The spectating players outside of the magic array were flabbergasted. They were literally watching three doppelgangers gang up on their guild leader. Moreover, the doppelgangers' basic attributes were even higher than Sherfang's. If they had to face three of those doppelgangers at once, they'd likely die in an instant. However, divine steps had a limited duration. The instant those allied doppelgangers vanished, Sherfone gritted his teeth as he also activated Heavenly Dragon's power. Upon activating the berserk skill, he darted for one of the three shadows. Sword's orbit. Suddenly, brilliant stars bombarded the shadow of trial, one after another. However, before the hits landed, they abruptly halted before a protective barrier. Absolute Domain. When Sherfang's targeted shadow of trial had activated Absolute Domain, the other two shadows also gained invulnerability. Giving Sherfang no time to react, one of the three shadows activated Instant Strike and swung its blade fiercely at the player. Sherfang knew that he couldn't dodge the attacks in time. The only thing he could do was to activate his own Instant Strike and execute Sword's Orbit to defend himself as much as possible. Boom! 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 Every time their weapons clashed, dazzling sparks flew around them. Loud clangs also echoed throughout the forest. It seemed as if two primordial beasts were attempting to slay one another. A moment later, however, Sherfang slid backward. As soon as the first shadow of trial's instant strike ended, another shadow activated the skill. When Sherfang's own instant strike came to an end, he lost his ability to keep up with the shadow's attacks. Absolute Domain. After activating his invulnerability skill, Sherfang switched the Aura of Earth to the Aura of Time and activated Forbidden Domain. It might be much of an issue if only one shadow of trial could use all of his skills, but the fact that all three were capable of this put Sherfang at a painful disadvantage. If he wished to emerge victorious, he had to rely on his combat techniques. As the shadows of trial weren't ones to be beaten, one of them activated Forbidden Domain as well. Suddenly, both sides were silenced, losing the ability to use spells or skills. Following which, the three shadows ganged up on Sherfang once again. Although Sherfang's techniques were superior, the Shadow Trio had higher basic attributes. Moreover, the Shadow Trio disregarded their own defense as they brutally attacked. This forced Sherfang into a defensive state. He was only one person, after all. If he tried to strike one of the three shadows, he'd leave himself open for the other two. Meanwhile, each of the shadows could afford to take 10 hits each, but he would be eliminated after 10 hits. Both sides struggled in a stalemate. Sherfang focused on a single shadow, using his superior techniques to create gaps in its defenses and attack. The bitter struggle inside the magic array made the spectating players anxious. But they also knew that such an intense battle wouldn't last long. Once the silence debuff ended, Sherfang would be at a disadvantage once again. When Forbidden Domain's duration had only 10 seconds remaining, despite Sherfang's desperate attempts, he had only struck one of the three shadows 5 times. He still needed to land 5 more hits on that shadow to eliminate it, but he was running out of time. 8 seconds. 5 seconds. 3 seconds. Am I going to lose? Chapter 1670, Ascension Realm. As the seconds ticked by, and Forbidden Domain neared the end of its duration, Aqua Rose and the other Zero Wing members couldn't help their growing nerves as they watched from outside of the magic array. They had never thought that even the test to enter Primordial City would be so difficult. Aside from all else, once Sherfang and one of the shadows of Trial's Forbidden Domains ended, the other two shadows could still use the skill. At that time, Sherfang would have to face 3 shadows that could use skills while he could not. With the huge disparity in combat power, he would doubtlessly meet his end. Not only did the Shadows of Trial have higher basic attributes, but their combat standards were also at the refinement realm. They executed every slash without any excess movement. When the three shadows cooperated, they could even make up for the weaknesses in each other's defenses and elevate their combat power further. I have no choice but to gamble everything on one attack. Shi Feng also knew what outcome awaited him once his forbidden domain ended. With no other choice, he gritted his teeth and forced his way through the countless, incoming attacks, swinging his blades at the shadow that had already taken 5 hits. Sword's Orbit. If he could eliminate one shadow before Forbidden Domain ran out, he'd still have a chance at victory, albeit a small one. If he didn't do so, he would die the moment his skill's duration ended. However, as if they had predicted Shi Feng's desperation, the three shadows smirked as they launched attacks, aiming for Shi Feng's blind spots. Despite noticing the incoming attacks, Shi Feng did not bother dodging. Instead, he continued to swing his swords at the shadow before him. 1 slash. 2 slashes. At this point, Shi Feng traded blow for blow with the shadows. As a result, he was hit, again and again. 2 hits. 4 hits. 6 hits. Faster. I need to be faster. As Shi Feng frantically brandished his weapons, he gained unprecedented focus. The only thing on his mind was landing a hit on the Shadow of Trial before him. However, despite Shi Feng's flurry of attacks, his target could still endure 2 more attacks. Shi Feng was only 2 hits away from elimination, himself. Just as Shi Feng's 2 swords were about to bite into the targeted shadow, the other 2 shadows, one behind and one to the left, simultaneously swung toward Shi Feng's blind spots. It's over. Tyrol sighed faintly. The young man before him had just barely missed the mark. If Shi Feng could have killed the Shadow of Trial before Forbidden Domain ran out, he would have had a chance of passing the Azura rank test. Is it over? Shi Feng could sense the 2 shadows' longswords nearing his body, but he was powerless to do anything about the weapons. At most, he could take one of the Shadows of Trial down with him. As the 2 longswords soared closer to Shi Feng's back and abdomen, something about the situation felt incredibly familiar. Shi Feng felt like this test was similar to the test Reinbeck, one of the Sea God's Temple's Vice Knight commanders, had given him. Before the breakthrough he had achieved during that trial, he hadn't been able to withstand Reinbeck's attacks no matter what he had done. He had only been able to watch as he had repeatedly been defeated. Reinbeck? Shi Feng's eyes shone with realization when he recalled his battle with Reinbeck. Right. Combat method. My combat method. Suddenly, Shi Feng put strength into his legs and made a spinning jump. Utilizing the rotational momentum, he swung Killing Ray at the shadow attacking his abdomen, the sacred sword moving with remarkable speed. Dang! A crisp clang echoed throughout the forest. In that critical moment, Shi Feng had used Killing Ray to block the attack from the side while he used Abyssal Blade to slice at the targeted shadow's shoulder. He then utilized the force generated from blocking the attack at his side to push himself over 8 yards away from the nearest shadow. When his feet touched the ground again, he used a hand to stabilize himself, only coming to a halt after 2 more spins. He survived. Aqua Rose and the other Zero-Wing experts stared with wide eyes, utterly shocked. Shi Feng had actually executed an incredible maneuver at the last second, narrowly avoiding mutual destruction. Tyrol revealed an odd look as he watched Shi Feng. How is that possible? He has already reached the Ascension realm in the realms of truth. Existences that could set foot in the realms of truth's truth realm were exceedingly rare, with only a few throughout the kingdom. Meanwhile, experts who had reached the Ascension realm were even rare in Primordial City. One could not simply reach the Ascension realm by understanding the realm's philosophy. They would also need to temper themselves and gain the experience of countless life-or-death battles to execute the proper physical response. During Tyrol's brief moment of surprise, the 3 shadows of trial resumed their assault on Shi Feng. Like before, the three shadows surrounded Shifeng and attacked him from different angles. Although Shifeng had avoided certain death, he was still at a disadvantage. He had little more than a second before his forbidden domain ran out, and he had only blocked the attack aimed for his abdomen. The attack from behind had still found its mark. Now, he could only afford to receive one more hit before he was eliminated from the test. "Come," Shifeng said with a hint of excitement as he watched the three shadows. Suddenly, over 20 sword lights surrounded Shifeng, sealing off all escape paths. However, instead of using Sword's orbit to repel the attacks, Shifeng simply adjusted his footwork, turning as he executed 8 slashes, which wasn't much compared to his earlier efforts. Yet, something surprising happened again. Despite reaching his maximum attack speed, these slashes continued to accelerate. The three shadows of trial interlocked with their target before passing by Shifeng. The swordsman blocked every one of the incoming attacks. Die. As the shadows passed, Shifeng swung Killing Ray, slicing the neck of the shadow that had already received 9 hits. The shadow then vanished, leaving 2 remaining in the magic array. What just happened? Aqua Rose, Fire Dance, Shadow Sword, and the other Tier 2 experts from Zero Wing were stupefied. Not only had Shifeng blocked every incoming attack without using Sword's orbit, but he had also created a gap in the Shadow's defenses and eliminated one of them. None of them could figure out how he had pulled it off. So, this is the realm above the truth realm that Rhinebeck had mentioned. Shifeng felt incredible as he turned towards the remaining shadows of trial. Rhinebeck had only informed Shifeng that he had just entered the truth realm. After undergoing Rhinebeck's test, he had learned that one shouldn't just focus on adapting to the changing battle physically. One could also adjust their perspective of the battle. In other words, aside from using his environment to his advantage, he could use his opponent's attacks as well. Unlike the realms of refinement, which focused on sharpening one's senses, the realms of truth focused on improving one's utilization of their body and the environment. Only, Shifeng had never realized that the realms of truth's principles could help increase his combat power by such a large margin, allowing him to overcome his enemy's attributes and overwhelm the three shadows of trial. However, Shifeng's forbidden domain had ended after he had killed the one shadow. Without hesitation, the 2 remaining shadows activated Blade Liberation before one activated Forbidden Domain. Twofold Berserk. Shifeng could not help but grin as he noticed the shadow's auras strengthen. Before the enemy's Forbidden Domain reached him, he activated Blade Liberation as well. Fortunately, his skill's cooldowns had reset when he had first entered the magic array. So, the Berserk skills he had exhausted during his battle with the 4th floor's Earth Dragon were ready for him. After activating Blade Liberation, Shifeng executed Void Steps and disappeared. Seeing this, one of the 2 shadows activated Skywill Sword, while the other activated Lightning Edge, both of which were AoEs. However, neither of the shadow's attacks had forced Shifeng out of his concealment. For a time, the shadows attacked their surroundings randomly in confusion, yet even after dozens of seconds, Shifeng remained hidden. He only revealed himself after both shadows had used up their forbidden domains, and when he did, he already stood beside them. Illusory Shadow. Suddenly, 5 crisscrossed slashes bombarded one of the shadows. Although the targeted shadow responded quickly and tried to dodge, it still received 3 hits. Realizing the danger they were in, the 2 shadows decided to end the fight quickly, both activating Chilling Field. The domain skill covered a 50-yard radius and was capable of both offense and defense. The skill's movement speed reduction effect also prevented Shifeng from moving about freely. Seeing this, Shifeng responded in kind, activating his own Chilling Field. Suddenly, 27 icicles covered the battlefield, 9 belonging to Shifeng and 18 from the shadows of trial. Following which, the 27 icicles danced and clashed repeatedly and rapidly. Yet, despite outnumbering their target, the 2 shadows failed to land a single hit on Shifeng. In fact, Shifeng only needed 6 of his icicles to defend himself, attacking with the remaining 3. 2 hits. 3 hits. 5 hits. The 2 shadows rapidly accumulated hits, and eventually, Sherfong landed the 10th strike on both shadows of trial, killing them. Chapter 1671, City Rookie. He won. Our guild leader is amazing. As the Zero-Wing team watched the shadows of trial in the magic array gradually fade, they couldn't believe their eyes. The battle that had just occurred had overwhelmed them mentally. If they had been distracted for a split second, they would have missed the instant Sherfong and the shadows had clashed. Both sides' basic attributes were ridiculously high, and they could clash multiple times in the instant it took to blink. The several dozen White Tiger Dojo disciples that had joined the team on the 5th floor were utterly dumbfounded. They had witnessed many expert battles in the past and had even fought experts in the battle arena, but if they had to rank the experts they've seen thus far, the player before them would doubtlessly rank at the very top. It's finally over. Sherfong breathed a deep sigh of relief once the battle had ended. He hadn't expected the Azura rank test to be so difficult. If not for the epiphany regarding the realms of truth, which had allowed him greater use of his own body and everything around him, including his opponents, the shadows of trial would have defeated him. However, this experience had taught Sherfong one thing. Aside from improving in the realms of refinement, which focused on one's senses and physical control, it was very important that players climb the realms of truth. The realms of refinement were akin to the body. As one became physically stronger, they'd be able to exert more strength. However, the realms of truth were like a weapon. Although an individual could rely on physical strength to pose a threat, there was a limit to how much of a threat they'd become, but if that person were given a weapon to complement their strength, they could pose an even greater threat. Naturally, the better the weapon one wielded, the more power they could exhibit. This also why experts who had yet to reach the refinement realm were sometimes capable of defeating refinement realm experts with their combat techniques. Combat techniques made use of the realms of truth's principles. It seems that we'll need to increase everyone's familiarity with the realms of truth in the future, Sherfong thought to himself. There was a limit to how fast one could reach higher realms of refinement, and reaching higher realms of truth wouldn't conflict with a player's growth in the realms of refinement. In fact, the two realms would even complement each other, helping one improve their combat power far faster. Only, introducing everyone to the realms of truth wouldn't be easy. First, he needed a proper training ground. It was obvious that neither the battle arena nor the Divine Colosseum could offer similar benefits as Rhinebeck's test. Without such a training ground, players wouldn't be able to comprehend the realms of truth's principles regardless of how many times he explained them. Moreover, understanding theory and putting said theory into practice were two different things. Wait, that's not right. There is one. Suddenly, Sherfong recalled the White Tower within the Lost Town. While the White Tower seemed like a device designed to help players improve their combat standards and gain a better feel for the refinement realm, it actually operated very much like Rhinebeck's test. Hence, Sherfong should be able to use the tower to help his players comprehend the realms of truth. Furthermore, God's domain's lore never mentioned the realms of refinement, only the realms of truth. The more Sherfong thought about it, the more he felt that the White Tower was a suitable training device to help players grasp the realms of truth. A sacred land to train in the realms of truth, huh? Sherfong had begun to give up on the Lost Town, preparing to accept the system's penalty, but now, his desire to secure the town had reignited. It's no wonder why the quest to obtain the Lost Town is so difficult. So, this is why. Training one's grasp of the realms of refinement had long since become common in the virtual gaming world. The various super guilds already had complete training systems for just that, while super first-rate guilds had partial systems. However, not one of these guilds had a training system for the realms of truth. They most likely didn't even know how to train players' grasp of the realms of truth. If he could secure the Lost Town, he'd have a sacred land for players to focus on the realms of truth. With the help of the White Tower, players would not have to waste time poking around in the dark like the Freedom Alliance's silent entropy and could grasp the realms of truth with much greater efficiency. With the boneless land's lost town housing such a sacred tool, it was only natural that the quest to obtain it would be insanely difficult. As Shifeng tried to figure out how to complete the Demon's Nest quest, he heard the sound of a system notification. System, congratulations. You are the first player to complete the Azure rank entrance test. Rewarding 3,000 Primordial City contribution points and 1 Primordial City rookie emblem. Young adventurer, congratulations on passing the test. As the first heaven-blessed individual to pass the Azure rank test, this city rookie emblem belongs to you. Make good use of it. Who knows? It might even help you improve further within Primordial City, Tyrol said after appearing before Shifeng. He then took out a silver emblem in the shape of a crescent moon encompassing a sun and passed it to Shifeng. The instant the emblem appeared, the surrounding mana gravitated towards and circled the emblem. City rookie emblem. After recovering from his shock over the additional 3,000 contribution points, Shifeng gave the emblem a curious look. This was the first time he had heard of this item. Based on Tyrol's tone when he had mentioned it, it should be extraordinary. Immediately, Shifeng tried to inspect the emblem's attribute panel. City rookie emblem, dark gold rank. Primordial City's emblem of honor. When worn, user will enjoy the authority of a bronze adventurer in Primordial City. In addition, user may teleport to Primordial City from any location. Cooldown, 2 natural days, 96 hours. User restriction, Yifeng. Amazing. It's giving me the authority of a bronze adventurer right off the bat. No wonder why he told me to make good use of it. Shifeng was ecstatic as he gazed at the city rookie emblem. At this point, the term bronze adventurer was still foreign to God's Domain's players. This was because the title was unique to Primordial City. Bronze adventurers in Primordial City were the equivalent of nobles in NPC cities. Only, as the ancient gods had specifically created Primordial City for adventurers, noble ranks didn't exist within its walls. Rather, special ranks were granted to adventurers based on their contributions to the city. The available ranks included Common Adventurer, Bronze Adventurer, Silver Adventurer, and Gold Adventurer. Each subsequent rank enjoyed greater authority and treatment in Primordial City than the last. However, it was extremely difficult for players to rise through the ranks as they weren't based on Primordial City contribution points. Instead, they were determined by one's Primordial City honor points. One had to earn 1,000 honor points just to become a bronze adventurer. Moreover, players would be fortunate to receive 1 honor point even after completing a high-rank quest in the city. If players wanted to earn more than that per quest, they'd have to complete Primordial City's trial quests, which were exceedingly challenging. Unfortunately, failing to complete the trial resulted in an unusually severe death penalty. In the past, most players had opted for the safe and reliable method of completing high-rank quests to collect honor points rather than challenge Primordial City's trial quests. Because of this, very few players had become bronze adventurers, let alone silver or gold adventurers. Even after 10 years in God's Domain, Shifeng had never heard of someone becoming a gold adventurer. Meanwhile, not only would bronze adventurers enjoy a 10% discount on all expenditures that required Primordial City contribution points, but they'd also get to enjoy other benefits that common adventurers had no access to. One such example was the planar teleportation function, which allowed players to travel to the various higher planes. Not only were the higher planes monsters much stronger, but they also dropped far better loot. It was also possible to obtain unique resources. Only, teleporting to a higher plane was expensive, costing 1,000 contribution points per teleportation. If players died in these higher planes, they'd be teleported back to Primordial City instantly. Without sufficient strength and preparation, only a fool would grind in these higher planes. Right. There's still the higher planes. Shifeng's eyes suddenly sparkled. Other players might not know where to secure a large number of darkness stones, but he did. However, he hadn't had the means to reach these locations, but now, he did. Shi Feng immediately instructed his team to challenge the entrance test and told them what to do once they entered Primordial City. Meanwhile, he made his way, with Tyrole's help, to the city. When Shi Feng arrived in Primordial City, every player within the Primordial Divine Ruin received a system notification about it. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.